Why? 差不多。
没完成完。
哎。 مصر بدون شركه.
Можете уйти. Please. Please.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Colleagues,
дорогие друзья, дамы и господа,
friends, ladies and
я
gentlemen,
предлагаю начать
I
нашу работу.
suggest we start our session.
Да. Я попрошу представителей прессы тоже успокоиться.
I would like to ask media representatives to calm down,
Мы
and
начинаем
I would like
работать.
to ask our colleagues to take their seats. We start our work.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Уважаемые главы государств,
Esteemed
дамы и
heads of
господа,
state,
дорогие
ladies and
друзья.
gentlemen,
Рад
friends,
всех вас
I'm glad
приветствовать на
to
заседании в
greet all of
формате
you
Outreach
at the
Brics+. Такой
Outreach Brics Plus
расширенный
format.
формат
This
хорошо себя
extended format
зарекомендовал и дает
has
возможность для
proved
прямого
itself
и
well,
открытого
and it
диалога
allows us open
членов
and direct
объединения
dialogue
с нашими
with the
друзьями и
members
партнерами.
of this
Напомню, что в
association
прошлом году
with
на
our
встрече в
friends and partners.
Йоханнесбурге были
Last year
приглашены
at the
главы многих
Johannesburg
африканских
meeting,
государств и
the
руководители
heads of
ключевых
many African
региональных
states
организаций.
and the heads of
А в
many
этот раз
key regional
российское
organizations were
председательство
invited. And this time,
пригласило
Russian
ближайших
presidency
соседей
invited
России,
our nearest
дружественные нам
neighbors,
страны, с которыми
friendly
нас
states,
объединяет общая
that
история
we
жизни
are
в едином
united with the
государстве.
common history
Здесь
living in
присутствуют
one
также руководители
common state,
государств,
and we see
проявляющих
here the heads of those
заинтересованность в
states that are
налаживании более
interested in
тесного партнерства
building
с Брикс
closer
и
partnership
даже
with the BRICS
рассматривающих в
countries
перспективе
and considering
возможность
in the
членства в
future to
объединении.
become
И
a
стран,
member of the
возглавляющих
BRICS
в настоящее
Association,
время
and the
ведущие
countries
многосторонние структуры. То есть
and
у
the
нас
heads
за
of the
общим столом представлены
multilateral
государства Европы,
organizations. So here we can see
Азии, Африки и
representatives
Латинской
of
Америки.
states from
Согласно
Europe,
предлагаемой
Asia,
повестке, мы
Africa,
рассмотрим
and Latin
наиболее
America,
волнующие
and we are
мировое
going to
сообщество
speak about
вопросы.
the most
Это и
topical
устойчивое
matters:
развитие,
sustainable
искоренение
development,
бедности,
eradication of
адаптация к
poverty,
изменению климата,
adapting to
обмен
the climate
технологиями
change,
и знаниями и
knowledge
борьба с
and
терроризмом,
technology transfer,
трансграничной преступностью.
counterterrorism activities, and
Естественно, особое внимание уделим
fighting the
вопросам
transborder
мирового
crime.
урегулирования, мирного урегулирования
And
конфликтов.
we are going
В том
also
числе, разумеется,
discuss the peaceful
поговорим и
resolution to the
серьезно
conflicts.
поговорим
And obviously, we are
обострившейся
going to have a
ситуации
serious
на
conversation
Ближнем Востоке.
on the
Членам БРИКС крайне важно
exacerbated
обсудить
situation in the
все
Middle
эти
East. It
темы
is
с
very important to
единомышленниками из стран
discuss
глобального
all
Юга
these
и
matters
Востока.
with our
Все
like-minded
наши
countries
государства
from the
разделяют
global
схожие
South and global
устремления,
East. We all
ценности,
share similar
видение
values
нового
and the
демократического
vision of a
миропорядка,
new democratic world
отражающего
order
все
that reflects
культурно-цивилизационное
the
многообразие.
entire cultural and
И
civilizational
убеждены, что в
diversity. And
основе
we are
такого
convinced
миропорядка
that this
должны
world
лежать
order should be
универсальные
underpinned
принципы
by
уважения
universal
законных
principles,
интересов и
respect for the
суверенного
local
выбора стран и
legitimate
народов,
interests and sovereign
соблюдение
choice of
международного
the
права
peoples and of the
и
nations,
настрой на взаимовыгодное,
adherence to
честное
international
сотрудничество.
law, and
Переход к более справедливому
determination to
мироустройству
work
идет
based on
непросто.
equal
Его
opportunities. It's
становление
difficult to
тормозят
change to
силы,
the new world
привыкшие
order
мыслить и
because it
действовать
is
в
being
логике доминирования
stopped by
над
those
всем
countries
и
who are
всем.
used to
За
dominating
ширмой
over
навязываемого
everything and
миру
everyone,
порядка, основанного на правилах,
and they are
стоят
trying
попытки
to impose
сдержать
the rule-based world order.
растущих
But behind
конкурентов,
these attempts,
независимое,
there is a
неподконтрольное развитие стран Африки,
development
Азии,
of African,
Латинской Америки.
Asian, Latin American
В
countries
ход
that they
идут
cannot control,
незаконные односторонние санкции,
and they use
откровенный протекционизм,
unlawful
манипуляции
unilateral
валютными и
sanctions,
фондовыми
protectionism,
рынками,
manipulation of
вмешательство во
monetary
внутренние
funds and
дела под
markets,
лозунгом
interference into
заботы о
internal
демократии и
affairs
правах
under
человека,
the slogans of
борьбы
taking
с
care of
изменением
democracy
климата.
and
И
human
это
rights
тоже
and
используется. Такие,
fight
прямо
for
скажем, нездоровые
mitigation of
методы
climate
и
change. And
подходы
these
ведут
unhealthy
как
methods and approaches
к возникновению новых конфликтов,
lead
так
to the
и к
emergence
обострению
of new
старых
conflicts and
противоречий.
exacerbation
Тем
of
самым
old
подрывается
ones.
региональная и
And thus
глобальная
we undermine
стратегическая
regional and
стабильность.
global strategic
Нарушаются
stability.
принципы равной и
We
неделимой
undermine the principles of
безопасности.
equal and
Поощряются
indivisible
межгосударственные
security.
междоусобные распри.
They encourage
Один из примеров
interstate
этого
conflicts, and one of
это
such examples
Украина,
is
которую
Ukraine, that is
используют для
being
создания
used and
критических угроз
has been used
безопасности
to create
России,
critical threats
игнорируя
for
при этом
Russia,
наши
ignoring
жизненные интересы,
our
справедливые
interests,
озабоченность и ущемление прав
their
русскоязычных людей.
concern of
А
undermining the
сейчас
rights
и
of the
вообще
Russian
не
speakers
скрывают
of the
цель
countries. And
нанести
now
нашей
they are
стране
not even
стратегическое
hiding
поражение.
the goal
Прямо
of
скажу, что это иллюзорные
dealing
расчеты,
strategic defeat to our
которые могут
country,
делать
but
только те,
that's
кто
a
не
mere
знает
illusion.
историю
And
России,
only
не
those who do
принимает во
not know
внимание
history of Russia
ковавшиеся
can
веками
believe in this,
единство,
because
силу
they
духа
must take into
и
consideration
сплоченность
the
ее
strength of the
народа.
spirit and unity of our
Но, как
people.
условились, среди главных тем
But
нашей
as we
дискуссии
agreed, among the main
будет
topics of
обстановка
our
на
discussion will
Ближнем
be
Востоке.
the
Она
situation in
также
the Middle
вызывает
East as well,
беспокойство.
because it's
И
also of
здесь
concern
как
to
раз
us. And here
имеет место то, о чем говорил, это обострение застарелого
we are
конфликта,
speaking
который
about the exacerbation of an old
не
conflict,
удается потушить
something that we've mentioned
десятилетиями.
that we cannot
Очередной
put
виток
out,
палестино-израильского
we're not able to put
противостояния
out
стал,
for
пожалуй,
decades.
одним из самых
And this new
кровопролитных в длинной череде
Israeli-Palestinian
столкновений.
conflict is
В
one of the
результате
bloodiest
боев в
ones for
секторе Газа
decades
уже
as a
погибло
result of
более
the
40
hostilities
тысяч
in
человек,
Gaza Street. More
большинство
than
из которых
40,000
мирные
people
жители.
died, and
Но
most
при
of
этом,
them
я хочу
were
это
civilians.
подчеркнуть,
And at
мы
the same
всегда
time, I would
выступали и
like to
выступаем против
emphasize this, we
любых
have always stood
террористических
against
проявлений.
any terrorist acts, any terrorist
Начавшиеся год назад в
manifestations.
Газе боевые действия сейчас
Hostilities that started a
распространились
year
и
ago
на
in
Ливан.
Gaza Strip now
Оказались
spilled over to
затронутыми и
Lebanon.
другие страны региона.
Other countries of the
Резко вырос
region
градус
were also
конфронтации
affected.
между Израилем и
The
Ираном.
confrontation
Все это
between Israel
напоминает
and Iran is
цепную
also
реакцию и ставит
growing.
весь Ближний
It looks
Восток на
like a
грань полномасштабной
chain
войны.
reaction, and it
Стремительно
puts the
деградирует и
entire Middle East
гуманитарная
on the brink of
ситуация.
a
Число
disaster, and the
беженцев и
humanitarian
внутренне
situation
перемещенных
is
лиц
also
превысило уже
exacerbated.
1,5 миллиона человек.
The displaced persons and
Колоссальный ущерб
refugees
нанесен
is more than 1 million
инфраструктуре и
people.
жилым
The
домам,
infrastructure
школам,
and
больницам,
residential areas,
социальным объектам.
hospitals, schools,
И
social
разрушения
infrastructure
продолжаются.
were
У России,
largely damaged,
конечно,
and
есть
the
очень много
destruction
вопросов,
continues. Russia has
очень
a lot of
важных,
questions,
острых,
important
которые мы
questions,
должны решать для себя, и мы делаем
urgent
это, и будем
questions
делать.
that we must resolve,
Но
and
в
we
то же
are
время
doing
мы
this, and
всегда
we will
стремились
continue to
внести
do
свой
this. But
весомый
at the
вклад
same
в
time, we were
стабилизацию на
always
Ближнем Востоке.
striving to
Поэтому с
make
самого
our
начала
contribution in
эскалации
stabilizing the
вместе с
situation
членами
in the
БРИКС
Middle East.
и
That's
другими
why, since
партнерами
the start of the
активно
escalation,
включились в усилия по
Russia and other
урегулированию.
BRICS countries
Как вы
joined the
помните,
efforts
был
to
даже
settle the
проведен
conflict.
экстренный
As you
видеосаммит
remember, we
нашего
even
объединения
held
в
a
ноябре
video
2023
summit of
года.
our organization in
Неотложной
November
задачей, безусловно,
2023.
является
Another
запуск
important
комплексного
task, urgent
политического
task, is
процесса для
starting
решения
complex political
ближневосточной
process to
проблемы
resolve
во
the
всей
Middle
ее
Eastern
полноте.
problem in
Необходимо
full.
прекратить
We need
насилие,
to stop the
обеспечить
violence,
жизненно
to
важную помощь
ensure
пострадавшим,
the
облегчить их
assistance
страдания.
to those who
Само
suffered, to
урегулирование должно
mitigate their
быть
sufferings, to
достигнуто
ease
на
their suffering,
общепризнанных
and
международно-правовых
settlement must be
базах,
reached based on
что
the recognized
впрямую
legal basis.
предусматривает создание независимого палестинского государства,
Hence,
мирно
the independent
сосуществующего
Palestinian
с
state
Израилем.
must be established that would peacefully coexist
Исправление
with
исторической
Israel.
несправедливости по отношению к
Fixing this
палестинскому народу
unfairness
может дать
towards the
гарантию
Palestinian
мира на
people
Ближнем
can
Востоке.
serve as a guarantee
До
to
тех пор,
peace in the
пока
Middle East. And
этот
until
вопрос не
this
решен,
matter is
порочный
not
круг
resolved,
насилия
this vicious circle of
разорвать
violence
не удастся.
will not be broken.
Люди так и будут жить в атмосфере
People will continue
перманентного
to live
кризиса
in
с
the atmosphere of
неизбежными
permanent
рецидивами
crisis
масштабного насилия.
that would
Ну и
recur
хотел бы
over and over
повторить.
again. And
Ключевым
like to
требованием для
reiterate this,
восстановления мира и
the key
стабильности на
demand to
палестинских
restore peace and
территориях
stability in the
является
Palestinian
реализация
territory to the
формулы двух
implementation
государств,
of the two-state
одобренной
formula that was
резолюциями
approved
Совета
by the
Безопасности
Security
и
Council
Генеральной Ассамблеи
resolutions
ООН.
and the UN General Assembly.
Переходя к оценке общей ситуации в мире,
Speaking about
хочу
the
подчеркнуть,
situation in
что
general, I would like
представленные
to
здесь
emphasize
государства
that the
имеют
states
действительно
represented here
огромные
have
возможности и
huge
ресурсы,
opportunities, resources,
обладают высоким
capabilities.
авторитетом на
They
мировой
have
арене. И все это активно применяют для
authority
того, чтобы
globally,
реально
and they
содействовать
employ it
обеспечению глобальной
to
безопасности.
ensure global
Продвижению в
security,
мире процессов устойчивого
promoting the
развития.
processes of
Многие
sustainable
из наших стран
development. Many
выдвинули
of our
в этом контексте
countries
свои весьма полезные инициативы.
came up with
Со
their
своей
own
стороны,
useful
Россия выступила с
initiatives.
идеей
Russia came
формирования
up
на
with the
инклюзивной
idea
и
to form
недискриминационной основе системы
based
равной
on
и
an inclusive,
неделимой безопасности в
non-discriminatory basis
Евразии.
of the
Речь
system
идет о
of
том,
equal and
чтобы
indivisible
общими
security in
усилиями
Eurasia.
надежно гарантировать
The idea
подлинную
is to
стабильность и
ensure
создать
true
условия для
stability and
мирного
to
развития
create
всех
conditions for the
государств и
peaceful
народов
development
объединения.
of all the countries
И,
and
конечно,
nations of the
символично, что
continent.
наше
And it is
сегодняшнее
symbolic that
заседание
our today's
проходит
session
в
is
День
taking place
Организации
on the
Объединенных
day when we
Наций.
celebrate the United
Именно
Nations Organization.
24
It is
октября
on October 24th,
1945
1945.
года вступил в силу Устав ООН,
UN
принципы
Charter
которого
came
на
into
протяжении
force,
уже
and
без
its
малого
principles
8
for
десятилетий
almost
составляют
8
фундамент
decades
между
serves as
государственных
the
отношений и
fundament
международного права.
for interstate
Всемирная
relations and
организация
international
призвана и
law.
впредь играть центральную роль
These
в поддержании мира и
organizations
безопасности,
must
в
preserve and
содействии
maintain peace and
устойчивому и
security
поступательному росту.
to promote
При этом важным для
consistent
дальнейшего эффективного
and
функционирования
continual
ООН
growth.
считаем адаптацию ее
And we
структуры
believe
к
that its
реалиям
structures need
21
to
века,
adapt to the
расширение
realities of the
представленности
21st
в Совете
century,
Безопасности и других ключевых
to
органах
reform the
стран
representation in
Азии,
the Security Council
Африки и
and to
Латинской
carry out
Америки,
other
в том
key
числе тех,
reforms in regards of
чьи
the
лидеры
countries of
находятся в этом
Asia,
зале.
Africa, and Latin America,
Давно
including
назрело
those
и
countries whose
реформирование
leaders are
ООНовских
represented here.
институтов развития и
The
глобальных
United
финансовых
Nations
структур.
development and
Вес
financial
развивающихся
institutions should
стран
also
мировой
be
экономики
reformed.
кардинально изменился за последние десятилетия. Но это,
The
в
weight of
частности,
these countries
не
has
нашло
changed over the recent
адекватного
decades,
отражения
but
в
it is not
системах
adequately
управления
reflected in the governance
Международного валютного
systems
фонда,
of International
Всемирного
Monetary
банка и
Fund,
других
World Bank,
многосторонних
and
банков
other
развития.
multilateral development
Отцы-основатели
institutions.
Организации Объединенных
Founders
Наций
of the United
видели
Nations
ее
organizations
предназначение в том,
saw its
чтобы
role
быть центром для
in being
согласования
centered
действий наций.
to concert
Потому
the
что
efforts
сообща и коллективно
of everyone,
можно
because only by
действительно
working
отвечать на
together
глобальные
collectively
вызовы и
we can
угрозы,
respond to the global
решать
challenges
такие
and
задачи,
threats,
как
to
борьба
resolve
с
such
терроризмом,
goals as the
незаконным оборотом
counter-terrorist
наркотиков,
activities, illegal drug
коррупцией,
trafficking,
организованной
corruption,
преступностью, включая
organized crime,
криминальное использование
including criminal
информационных
use
технологий.
of information
И, конечно,
technology, and
обеспечивать
of course
устойчивый
to
экономический
ensure
рост на благо всего
stable
развития
economic
и
growth
процветания.
for the
Всеобщего развития и
prosperity of
процветания.
entire mankind.
Очевидно, что
It
следующая
is
волна
obvious that the
глобального
next wave
экономического
of the global
подъема
economic
зарождается
growth
именно в странах
is now
мирового
being
большинства.
born in the global
Поэтому пришло
majority
время
countries. So
обсуждать
the
идею
time has
создания
come
собственной
to
платформы
discuss
для
the idea
раскрытия
to
потенциала наших
establish the
растущих экономик.
platform to tap into the
Ее цель
potential of the rapidly
–
growing
увеличить
economies,
инвестиционные потоки в
to
страны
increase
Брикс,
investment
глобального
flows
Юга и
to the
Востока,
countries of BRICS, to
и
the
сделать
countries of the
акцент
global
на
south and the
вложении
global
средств
east,
в
and to
большие
put an emphasis
инфраструктурные и
on
технологические проекты.
investing into large-scale
Важно выстраивать
infrastructure and technological
альтернативные,
projects.
надежные
We need
и
to build
свободные от любого диктата
alternative, free
многосторонние
of any
финансовые
dictate,
механизмы,
multilateral financial mechanisms,
производственно-логистические цепочки, наладить
logistic
обмен
chains, industrial
технологиями и
chains
передовыми
to
знаниями,
ensure the
развивать и повышать
transfer technology,
пропускную
knowledge,
способность новых
transfer
международных
technology and
транспортных
transfer
коридоров.
knowledge to ensure the
Россия
stability
совместно
of
с партнерами
international transport
работает по
corridor.
таким
Russia
глобально
works with
значимым
our
маршрутам,
partners
как
on such
Север-Юг
globally
и
important
Северный морской путь.
routes as
И
the
мы приглашаем к
North-South corridor and
сотрудничеству
North
все
and Sea route, and
заинтересованные
we
страны.
invite all the interested parties
Как
to
мы
join this
хорошо
effort.
знаем, особое
As
место в
we
тематике
all are
устойчивого
aware,
развития занимает климат.
climate plays an
Логично,
important
что
role in sustainable
международная
development,
климатическая
and it
повестка
is only
должна быть
logical that the
направлена на
international
выработку
climate agenda
практических
must be
решений
aimed at working at
проблемы глобального
practical
потепления.
solutions
И
for
здесь
the
важно обеспечить
global
доступ
warming
стран глобального
problem,
Юга и
and we need to
Востока
ensure the
к
access for the
финансированию и
global south and
технологиям,
global east countries
помочь
for
им
funding
адаптироваться
and
к изменениям
technology to help
климата.
them to adapt to the
Подчеркну,
climate change. I
Россия
would like to
стремится самым
emphasize that
активным
Russia
образом
strives
участвовать в
to
общемировом
participate
климатическом
in the
процессе.
global climate
Наша страна
process.
является
Our
одним из лидеров
country
по
is one of
вкладу
the
в
leaders
сокращение
in
выбросов парниковых газов,
reducing the
а ее
greenhouse
энергобаланс
gases
один из
emission,
самых зеленых в мире.
and its carbon balance is one
Доля
of the greenest
экологически
in the
чистой
world. The share of
газовой,
environmentally
атомной
pure
гидрогенерации
gas,
составляет
nuclear,
у нас
hydropower generation
85%.
is 85% in
На
our
российской
country.
территории находится
In
более
Russia, we have more
20%
than
мировых лесов,
20% of the
которые, поглощая парниковые газы,
global
помогают
forests,
замедлять глобальное потепление.
and by
Россия
absorbing the
также вносит
greenhouse gases, it
серьезный
helps to
вклад в
mitigate the climate
обеспечение
change.
мировой
And Russia
продовольственной
makes
и
great
энергетической
contribution to
безопасности.
ensuring global
Только за
food and
последний год
energy
направили
security.
на
Over the
экспорт
last year,
свыше 100
we
миллионов
exported
тонн
more than 100 million
сельскохозяйственной
tons of
продукции. Вышли
agricultural
в лидеры по
produce,
поставкам
and we have
зерновых.
become one of the leaders on
Удерживаем
grain
ведущие
supply,
позиции на
and
рынке
we are one of the
энергоносителей.
leaders
В
among
рамках
the
БРИКС
energy
мы
exporters.
инициировали создание зерновой биржи.
Within BRICS, we have
Рассчитываем, что
initiated
такой
the
механизм будет
establishment of the
способствовать
grain
установлению
trade
прозрачного и
platform, and these
невосприимчивого к внешним
mechanisms will
рискам режима
help
торговли
to
агропродукцией
ensure
как между
transparent
участниками
trade
объединения, так и с другими
among
нашими
both
партнерами.
among the
Подытоживая,
association members
хочу
and
еще
other
раз
countries.
отметить,
And at the
что
same
Россия,
time, I
как и все
would like to
государства
note
БРИКС,
that Russia,
открыта к
as all the
совместной
BRICS
работе со
countries, are
странами
open to
глобального
work
Юга и
with the
Востока
global South and
по
global East
продвижению
countries
инклюзивного
to
и
promote
устойчивого
inclusive
развития
and
в целях
sustainable
построения
development with the
лучшего
goal
мира.
to build a better
Мира, в
world,
котором будут
the world
учитываться
where
мнения и
the
интересы
opinions
каждого
and
народа,
interests of every
уважаться их
nation will
право
be
на
taken into
суверенное развитие,
consideration, their
их
right for
самобытность,
sovereign development will be
признаваться
respected,
абсолютной
their
ценность
sovereignty
всех
would
без
be
исключения
respected,
культур,
and the value of
традиций
all the
и
cultures,
религий.
traditions, and religions
Рассчитываю,
will be
что
recognized.
сегодняшняя
I hope
дискуссия
that
будет
today's
носить конструктивный
discussion
и
will be
обстоятельный
constructive
характер, внесет
and
вклад в
thorough,
решение
and will
актуальных
make
вопросов региональной
significant
и глобальной
contribution to
повестки.
resolving
Благодарю за
international and
внимание и
regional issues. Thank
с
you for your
удовольствием передаю
attention,
слово
and it
председателю
is my
Китайской
pleasure to
Народной
give the floor
Республики
to the President
господину
of the People's
Си Цзиньпину.
Republic of
Пожалуйста.
China, Xi Jinping.
President Putin, colleagues, I thank President Putin and the government of Russia for the organization of today's dialogue among leaders in the BRICS Plus format. I'm happy to welcome all of my colleagues here, and I'm happy to meet my old and new friends here in Kazán. The collective rise of the global South countries
作为全球南方的第一方阵，我们要展现集体智慧和力量，为构建人类命运共同体挺膺担当，坚守和平，实现共同安全。我们要做维护和平的稳定力量，加强全球安全治理，探索标本兼治的热点问题解决之道。我提出全球安全倡议，得到各方的积极响应，已经在维护地区稳定等多个领域取得重要收获。中国和巴西联合发表了6点共识，会同有关全球南方国家发起了乌克兰危机和平之友小组。我们要推动局势尽快缓和，为实现政治解决铺平道路。今年7月，巴勒斯坦各派别在北京实现内部和解，迈出了实现中东和平的重要一步。我们要继续推动加沙地带全面停火，重启2国方案，并阻止战火在黎巴嫩蔓延。不能再让巴勒斯坦、黎巴嫩生灵涂炭。重振发展，实现普遍繁荣。全球南方为发展而起，因发展而兴。我们要做共同发展的中坚力量，积极参与和引领全球经济治理体系改革，推动把发展置于国际经贸议程中心地位。全球发展倡议提出3年来，已经动员近200亿元美元发展资金，开展了1100多个项目。全球工业与制造业人工智能联盟卓越中心近期落户上海。中方还将建立全球智慧海关在线合作平台和金砖国家海关示范中心，欢迎各国积极参与。共兴文明实现多元和谐，多样文明是世界的本色。我们要做文明互鉴的促进力量，增进沟通对话，支持彼此走符合本国国情的现代化道路。我提出全球文明倡议，就是要推动建设美美与共的世界文明百花园。中方将牵头成立全球南方智库合作联盟，促进各国人文交流和治国理政互学互鉴。各位同事，中国共产党20届3中全会就进一步全面深化改革，推进中国式现代化，做出系统部署，必将为世界提供更多机遇。上个月，中非合作论坛北京峰会成功举办，宣布了 and
中非
announced
携手推进
10
现代化
partnership actions for
10大
China and
伙伴
Africa
关
to
系，
jointly advance modernization.
将为全球南方实
This
现现
will
代化
instill new energy
注入
for the
新
global
动
south
力。
on its way toward modernization.
无论国际形势
No matter
如何
how the
变化，
international landscape evolves,
中国始终
we
心
in
系
China
全
will
球南
always
方，
keep the global south in our hearts
扎根
and maintain
全
our
球南
roots
方，
in the global south.
支持更多
We
全球
support
南
more
方国
global
家
south countries
以正
in
式成
joining
员、
the cause of
伙
Brics
伴国
as full
金
members,
砖加等
partner
形式
countries, or in
加
the
入
Brics Plus
金砖
format,
事业，汇聚全
so
球
that
南
we can
方
combine the
磅
great
礴力量，
strength of the global south
共同推
to
动构
build
建
together a
人类
community
命
with a
运
shared
共
future
同
for
体。
mankind.
非常感谢普京总统为这一次
I thank
金
President
砖
Putin
加会议所做的大量的
for
准备工作，
all the preparations
并
for
为
the
这次
summit
成功的举办金砖会议
and
表示祝贺。
I congratulate on the
谢谢大家。
successful convention of this summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. China has been doing a lot to promote the BRICS development
Ситуация
and,
на международной арене
by and large,
складывалась самым
to
благоприятным образом.
improve the global
И
situation,
соответствующие ресурсы вкладывает административные и
investing a lot
финансовые.
of resources
Вам большое
in
спасибо.
administrative and
Я
financial terms.
хотел бы
So
передать
many
слово
thanks to you. And
нашим
now I'd like to yield
египетским
to our
друзьям.
Egyptian friends.
Пожалуйста.
Over to you,
Президент
President
Аль-Сиси. Пожалуйста.
Sisi.
شكرا فخامة الرئيس. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس فلاديمير بوتين رئيس روسيا الاتحادية، أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة، رؤساء الدول والحكومات، الحضور الكريم. أعرب مجددا عن تقديري لفخامة
governments,
الرئيس
honorable
فلاديمير بوتين
participants, at the
لدعوات
outset, I
الاجتماع
express
اليوم
anew my
بصيغة
appreciation to
بريكس
His
بلس.
Excellency Vladimir Putin for his invitation to today's meeting under BRICS
كما أرحب
Plus.
بالسادة رؤساء الدول
I also
والحكومات
welcome the presidents of
المشاركين في
states and
الاجتماع
governments
الذي يؤكد
participating in the
الأهمية
meeting that
المتزايدة
asserts the
لتجمع
growing
بريكس
significance of
باعتباره
BRICS
تجمعا قائما
groupings, for
على
it is
التعاون
established on
والاحترام
mutual cooperation
المتبادل بين
and
الدول،
respect among
ويعكس
states,
كذلك حرص
and also
التجمع على
reflects the
تكثيف
grouping's
التشاور والتنسيق
eagerness on
الفعال
effective
مع الدول
consultation and
الصديقة
coordination
والمؤثرة من
intensification
خارجه
with the
بهدف
friendly
تحقيق
and
مصالحنا
influential
المشتركة.
states from outside the BRICS
السيدات
in
والسادة،
order to achieve our common
يأتي
interests.
اجتماع اليوم في
Ladies
ظرف
and
دولي دقيق
gentlemen, today's meeting
يمج
comes with the
بالأزمات
critical
والتحديات
international
المركبة، ويشهد
circumstance
تهديدا
simmering with
لمصداقية النظام
compounded
الدولي
crises and challenges.
متعدد
It
الأطراف.
witnesses a threat to the
تغلب عليه
credibility of the
النزاعات الحمائية
multilateral
والسياسات
international order
الوهابية
that is
حيث تؤمن
overshadowed
مصر
with
في
protectionist
خضم هذا
tendencies
التشتت
and
بضرورة
unilateral
تكاتف الدول
policies.
النامية
Egypt, amid such
وتعزيز
bewilderment,
التعاون جنوب جنوب.
believes it is
إحدى
essential for the
السبل
developing
المهمة
countries to come
لمواجهة
together and
التحديات
reinforce
الراهنة،
South-South
حيث
cooperation
كانت
as one
مصر
major
دوما في
medium
طليعة
for
الدول
encountering the
التي
current
حرصت على
challenges.
تعزيز
Egypt has
التعاون
always been
بين
at the
الدول النامية
forefront of
فضلا
nations
عن
who
سعيها
are keen to
الدؤوب
bolstering
لدعم
cooperation
مصالح
among
وأولويات دول
developing
الجنوب
countries,
في
in
مختلف
addition to
المحافل
its
الدولية.
assiduous endeavor to reinforcing the
وفي هذا
interests and the
الإطار
priorities of
لا
the
يمكن
South
أن
states
نتحدث
in
عن
various
الأزمات
international fora.
والتحديات الدولية
In this regard, we
الراهنة
cannot discuss the
بدون
current
الحديث عن الأزمة
international
التي
crises and
تشهدها
challenges
منطقة
without
الشرق
discussing the
الأوسط.
crisis witnessed
على
by
واقع
the
الحرب
Middle East
الإسرائيلية
region,
المستمرة
given the
لما يزيد
continuous
عن
Israeli
العام
war for more than
على
a
أبناء
year
الشعب
against the sons
الفلسطينيين
of the Palestinian people
المحاصرين بقطاع
besieged
غزة
in Gaza Strip
والمحاطين
and who are
بأشكال القتل
surrounded
والترويع
by all
كافة،
forms of murder
وامتداد
and
هذه الاعتداءات
intimidation,
إلى الأراضي
as well as the
اللبنانية،
spiral aggression
مما
in the
يعد أكبر
Lebanese
دليل على ما
territories,
وصل
which
إليه
is the
عالمنا
greatest
اليوم
evidence to what
والنظام
have our
الدولي
world
من
and the
تفريغ المبادئ
international world become
والزواجية
today,
للرعية،
as they are void of
فضلا
principles
عن
and the
غياب
applied
المحاسبة
double
والعدالة
standards.
إزاء
Moreover,
الانتهاكات
the
التي
absence of
ترتكب
accountability
بحق
and
المواثيق
justice in
الدولية
face of the
وقواعد
violations
الدولي
committed to the
وقواعد
international
القانون الدولي
instruments
والإنساني.
and the rules of the
الأمر
international and the
الذي نتجت
humanitarian
عنه
law,
كارثة
which
إنسانية
resulted in
غير مسبوقة
unprecedented
واستمرار
humanitarian
الحرب
catastrophe,
وتوسيعها،
as well as the
وهي كلها
continuity
شواهد
and the expansion
تفرض
of war.
تضافر
They are
الجهود
all but
الدولية
testimonies
لوقف
posing
التصعيد الخطير
concerted
في
international
المنطقة
efforts
ومنع
to
انزلاقها
bring
إلى
the
حرب
serious
شاملة،
regional escalation to a
وخاصة
halt and
في ظل
preclude the
امتداد
region
الصراعات
from being
بالمنطقة
grabbed into an
لتشمل العديد
all-out
من
war,
الدول،
especially that the
وامتداد
regional
تلك
conflicts are
الصراعات بتؤثر
spiral,
سلبا
encompassing several
على حركة
countries.
الملاحة
Such
بخليج عدن
conflicts
والبحر
are
الأحمر
extended to
وعلى
adversely
حركة
affect the
التجارة
maritime
الدولية
traffic in
واستقرار
Eastern Gulf and
سلاسل
the Red Sea,
الإمداد
as well as the
العالمية.
international trade and the stability
أصحاب
of the
الجلالة
global
والفخامة
supply chain.
تثمن مصر محفل
Majesties and
بريكس بلس
Excellencies, Egypt
باعتباره
values
منصة
the
لدفع ورفع
Plus as a
التعاون
platform
وتعزيز
fostering
التشاور
cooperation and
بين تجمع
consultation
البريكس
among the
ودول
BRICS
الجنوب.
groupings and the
في هذا
South
الإطار
countries. In
أود
this
الإشارة
framework,
إلى
I would
النقاط
like to
التالية.
note the following
أولاً
points.
أهمية
First, it
تعظيم
is necessary
الاستفادة
to maximize
من بنوك التنمية
benefit from
متعددة
multilateral
الأطراف
development
لتكون
banks to
أكثر
be more
قدرة
capable
على
to
تعزيز نفاذ
furthering
الدول
the
النامية
developing
للتمويل
countries'
الميسر
access to
بما في ذلك
concessional
النفاذ
financing,
لتمويل
including
الدول.
access to climate
ونؤكد على الدور
financing.
المهم
We
لكل
emphasize
من
the
بنك
key
التنمية
role
الجديد
of the New
والبنك
Development Bank
الآسيوي
and the
للاستثمار في
Asian
البنية
Bank for
التحتية
infrastructure
في
investment
توفير
for
التمويل
providing the
اللازم
required
والميسر
concessional
للدول
financing
النامية
to the
لتنفيذ
developing
المشروعات
countries to
التنموية
undertake
في قطاعات
developmental
متعددة.
projects in
ثانيا
multiple sectors.
ضرورة استثمار
Second,
اجتماعات
it is
البريكس
essential to
بلس
take advantage of
لتعزيز
BRICS
تعاون
Plus
جنوب
meetings to
جنوب
boost
وتكثيف تبادل
South-South
الخبرات في
cooperation
مختلف
and
المجالات.
step up shared
فضلا عن
experiences in
تنفيذ
various fronts.
مشروعات
Further
مشتركة
to the
لتحقيق
implementation of joint
المنفعة
projects
المتبادلة.
attaining mutual
وأود في
benefits.
هذا
In
المقام
this
أن أؤكد
context, I would
استعداد
like
مصر
to underline
لمواصلة
Egypt's
جهودها
readiness to
لتنفيذ العديد
pursuing
من
its
مشروعات
efforts
التعاون
for
الفني
undertaking
وبناء
numerous
القدرات
projects
مع
of
الدول
technical
الراغبة في ذلك.
cooperation and capacity
ثالثا
building with interested
أهمية استمرار
states.
التعاون
Third,
والتشاور
it
بين
is
الدول
important
النامية
to continue
لضمان
cooperation and
الحفاظ على
consultation
تعليق
among the developing
المنظومة
countries
الدولية
to
متعددة
safeguard
الأطراف
maintaining the effectiveness
والتصدي
of the
بشكل جماعي
multilateral international
لمحاولات
system
فرض
and
سياسات
to
أحادية
collectively contend with the
ومنفردة بما
attempts
يضر
of
بمصالح
prescribing
دولنا.
unilateral and individual
السيدات والسادة
policies
في
impairing
ختام
the
كلمتي
interests of
أؤكد
our
لكم
countries. Ladies
التزام
and
مصر
gentlemen,
الكامل
in conclusion of
بتعزيز
my
العمل
statement,
والتعاون
I
المشترك
conform to
بين
Egypt's
دول
full
تجمع
commitment to
بريكس ودول
fostering
الجنوب
joint action and
بما يحقق
a
أهدافنا
common cooperation
المشتركة
among the BRICS
وتطلعات
groupings
شعوبنا
and
في
the South
مستقبل
states
أفضل.
for attaining our
أشكركم
common goals and
والسلام
our
عليكم
populations'
ورحمة الله
aspirations to a
وبركاته.
better tomorrow. Thank you. Peace be upon you and may Allah's mercy and blessings shower you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Египет
Your
активно
Excellency,
работает в
Egypt
рамках
has
БРИКС и
been
стал
actively
полноправным
working as a
участником объединения. Мы очень
full-fledged
рассчитываем
BRICS
на то, что
member, and we
ваша страна
count on
внесет существенный
your
вклад в
country's
развитие и
considerable
работу всей
contribution
организации. Спасибо большое.
to
Сейчас
the work of the
предоставляю
organization. Now
слово
I give the floor
представителю, госсекретарю
to
Федеративной
Secretary
Демократической
General of the
Республики
Federal
Эфиопии. Пожалуйста.
Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Over to you.
Your Excellency Vladímir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, Excellencies, Head of State and Government, distinguished delegation members, I would like to thank His Excellency President Vladimir Putin for covering this important gathering that brings together BRICS members and countries from the global south. This deliberation with emerging economies and developing countries allows us to reflect on ways to enhance South-South cooperation and exchange of views on how to advance our shared objectives and visions to accelerate development in our countries and advance measures to reform global governance. Mr. President, Excellencies, as countries of the global south, we have historic responsibility and opportunity to pool our resources together, align our positions, and work towards confronting the many crises the world is facing. We can contribute to the reduction of conflicts devastating many countries in several regions and contribute to alleviating human suffering. We should endeavor to achieve sustainable development goals by mobilizing development finance and alleviating the heavy debt burden on our economies. Predictable, transparent, and expedited debt restructuring remains achievable and will contribute to sustainable development. Access to critical concessional finance unconstrained by socially burdensome conditionality respects policy autonomy for developing countries and facilitates necessary economic reform. Mr. President, as we all know, the influence of emerging market and developing countries in global affairs is growing. It is therefore incumbent on us to strengthen our solidarity and partnership to speak in common voice and leverage the process of global governance reform. Ethiopia believes that the reform of the multilateral economic and financial institutions should be at the top of the priorities of our cooperation. We must work hand in hand toward democratizing the decision-making process by expanding the representation of the Global South, particularly Africa, in the governance of the global economic institution. We should also work towards reviewing the quota system to reflect the current economic status of developing member countries. The Global South should strive to capture the momentum for change to drive action toward new financing facilities for development. Mr. President, Excellencies, cooperation among countries of the Global South has the potential to increase the productivity capacity of developing countries. We must therefore work hard to increase trade, flow of investment, development finance, and tourism. The market opportunities that come with the significant population size, rapid growth in connectivity and technological advancement make the intra-global South trade the engine of global trade. We must therefore work towards removing trade barriers to harness the potential. Extending tariff and quota-free market access to LDCs will be essential for the expansion of trading opportunities. Mr. President, Ethiopia is greatly concerned with the escalation of the conflict in Gaza and Lebanon, which is causing huge suffering of civilians with dire humanitarian consequences. De-escalating the expanding regional crisis and tension in the broader Middle East is necessary. We call for immediate ceasefire and dialogue to end the conflict. In all cases, civilians must be protected. All key regional actors need to exercise utmost restraint and choose a path of dialogue and peaceful resolution of disputes. The two-state solution for Palestinian and the State of Israel coexisting peacefully in line with the relevant UN Security Council resolution provides the basis for durable peace in this region. Mr. President, in conclusion, Ethiopia believes that South-South cooperation has the potential to make meaningful contribution to addressing global challenge of maintenance of peace and security, alleviation of poverty, promoting development, and mitigating the effects of climate change. I therefore would like to reiterate my country's commitment to the consolidation of Brics engagement with emerging markets and developing countries based on equality, solidarity, and mutual respect. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Ethiopia has been actively engaging in Brics, and I'm sure, considering the rates of development of your country, considering its growth in raw, both in Africa and worldwide, it will be continuing contributing to our grouping. Thank you. Now, the floor is given to the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
In the name of God, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Your Excellency, Mr. Vladímir Putin, distinguished leaders of the world, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that through this collaborative and interactive forum, and based on the inspiring theme of this summit, Brics and the Global South, co-constructing a better world, we can take a significant step towards establishing a better system and fairer relations based on collective satisfaction. This coalition building and striving for constructive and friendly relations are part of today's reality and the desire of many countries and international actors to break free from unilateralism. The foundations of unilateral equations and a balance based on unipolar hegemony are extremely shaky and wavering. Many international structures and mechanisms stemming from this approach, such as the UN Security Council, the International Monetary Fund, human rights institutions, and other examples have lost their effective and constructive functionality due to politicization and the influence of Western governments. That is why, since its inception, this Brics group, with its lofty and popular goals, has been able to become a successful model of cooperation and convergence among countries on the regional and international stage. This summit embodies the fact that building a better world is not possible alone. In today's interconnected world, joint will and action are necessary for fundamental change that requires reforming the current system and creating a more balanced order based on justice and satisfaction. In other words, a better world would be a place where there is no trace of imposed sanctions, acts of aggression, war, conquest, or genocide, where multilateralism prevails over unilateralism, the majority over the minority, equality over discrimination, transparency over deception, democracy over authoritarianism, and dialogue over war. Over the past year, our world has faced numerous events and many components of peace and security, particularly in the West Asian region, have been either weakened or threatened. The Zionist regime, disregarding international norms, has trampled on many of the red lines of governments around the world, and unchivalry enough has created, as ruthlessly as we can imagine, a new wave of violence and terror. The flames of war still rage hot in the Gaza Strip and Lebanese cities, and international institutions and bodies, primarily the UN Security Council, as the driving force for international peace and security, lack the necessary capacity to extinguish the fire of this crisis. Moreover, the unwavering support of Western governments, led by the United States for the Zionist regime, has made achieving peace and halting the war out of reach. The Islamic Republic of Iran believes that regional and international crises cannot be resolved without joint efforts. Therefore, within the framework of our principled policies, we have always endeavored to create smart and efficient networks of trade relations and to make every effort to strengthen international cooperation and deepen the elements of friendship among countries. This is despite the fact that, contrary to all international norms and human rights, the imposition of unilateral sanctions has challenged international norms and human rights, and many development processes have faced numerous challenges due to coercive measures and political malice, hindering the steady movement towards a secure and developed world. Therefore, Brics and Brics Plus must design and implement a transparent, fair, inclusive, non-discriminatory, and rules-based mechanism for multilateral trade, with a special focus on the global south and developing and least developed countries. Illegal sanctions have devastating effects on international relations and prevent countries from accessing their financial resources, hindering their effective role in international cooperation processes, such as combating the adverse effects of climate change, global warming, environmental degradation, and providing humanitarian aid. Many countries that are members or associated with the Brics have dynamic and developing economies. This capacity carries valuable opportunities that, with attention and efforts to create deep economic and commercial bonds, can bring abundant, ample, inclusive benefits. the use of national currencies for trade, new banking platforms, digital currencies, strengthening the new development bank, and contingent reserve arrangements. And similar measures can create a better world for all. New technologies, especially artificial intelligence, will have strategic and remarkable impacts on our lives. In the near future, unilateral countries, like in the past, will impose many restrictions on developing countries' access to new technologies. To counter these limitations, we must cooperate with one another and have no choice but to invest jointly, exchange experiences, and accelerate joint cooperation. Distinguished guests, the geographical expanse of BRICS presents a unique opportunity to facilitate transcontinental connections and pursue shared interests, a process that will have a significant impact on reducing the existing developmental rift and increasing people's welfare. The future belongs to countries that play the greatest role in creating convergence and establishing a new order of institutionalized relations based on the discourse of consensus and justice. In conclusion, I would like to once again thank Mr. Vladímir Putin for the excellent hosting and holding of this important summit meeting in the beautiful city of Kazán. May God's peace and blessing be upon you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. We count very much on active interaction within the grouping. And as I have said in my opening remarks, we are all very much concerned by the developments both in the Gaza and region-wise too. We hope that every measure is taken to reduce tensions and to prevent the spillover of the conflict in the region. I had a conversation with many counterparts, and it is everyone's base assumption, and we wish you successful resolution of difficult bottlenecks and controversies in the region. Now the floor is given to President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Ramaphosa.
Your Excellency President Vladimir Putin, Your Excellencies leaders of BRICS nations, Your Excellencies leaders of global and regional institutions, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, honorable ministers and excellencies. Allow me to begin by congratulating President Putin on chairing a very successful BRICS summit, as well as leading us all to adopt an excellent declaration from this summit. The BRICS outreach and BRICS Plus engagements are important platforms for developing strong ties amongst countries from greater global south and emerging markets. We should use these platforms to foster meaningful engagement. We should use the BRICS platform to contribute to social, economic, cultural development of our peoples. We welcome the Russian initiatives that are aimed at strengthening a number of BRICS countries through the various measures that they have put on the table, such as transport networks and connectivity. This in many ways will help to find ways to integrate and deepen our interconnectedness in new and imaginative ways. The African Continental Free Trade Area will make a huge contribution itself to unlock opportunities for trade and investment for local and global businesses. It will create a number of opportunities that will lead to an integrated and connected continent. The Single African Air Transport Market is another flagship project of the African Union Agenda 2063. This is an initiative of the African Union to create a single unified air transport market in Africa to support the continent's economic integration. For Brics and friends of Brics, we need to use these projects to further connect the greater global South. The promotion of greater regional connectivity and trade facilitation can only succeed in an environment of peace and stability. Excellencies, South Africa is concerned about the military action by the State of Israel against the people of Gaza, which we have characterized as genocide, is deeply concerning. This genocide led South Africa to approach the International Court of Justice with a view to stopping the killing of innocent women and children in Gaza. We do believe that the world cannot just sit by and watch the slaughter of innocent people continuing. South Africa has been unwavering in its support towards all efforts aimed at the establishment of a viable Palestinian state, existing side by side in peace with Israel, within internationally recognized borders based on the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. And this would be in line with all UN resolutions, international law, and internationally agreed parameters. We do call on the international community and the United Nations Security Council to address this spiraling conflict. On our own continent, Africa, Sudan enters its second year of horrific conflict and devastation. This is another conflict that the world seems to have forgotten about. The protracted conflicts in the Sahel and Great Lakes regions in Africa persist. We must find lasting solutions to all these conflicts. We must remain committed to the peaceful resolution of all disputes through negotiation and inclusive dialogue. And we must safeguard the ability of states to pursue independent foreign policy. And we must safeguard the multilateral system, because it is the cornerstone of international relations that fosters an environment of peace and development. Existing global institutional mechanisms need to be both strengthened and reformed to play a constructive role in the international peace and security. We cannot allow conflicts just to continue in perpetuity. We do need to find paths to peace. In our quest for a long, interconnected, just and prosperous world, we have the ability to foster an environment of peace through a focus on sustainable development. We must also continue to support nations and peoples who seek to end the cycle of conflict and choose the path of peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Mr. President of South Africa. South Africa is making a lot for the development of our grouping in order to make sure that the situation in Africa is also developed in a positive way. And now it is my pleasure to pass on the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Excelentíssimo senhor presidente Putin, senhores chefes de Estado, de governo e convidados. É uma honra representar o presidente Lula nesta sessão plenária da cúpula do Brics com os países convidados. É também um prazer estar ao lado de países amigos do Brics. O interesse que despertamos é, ao mesmo tempo, um motivo de orgulho e um lembrete da nossa responsabilidade. O Brics não é uma simples sigla inventada por um economista. Por trás dessas 5 letras, há uma realidade palpável construída ao longo de décadas de esforço por um mundo mais equânime. O Brics deve muito ao G77 e ao movimento não alinhado. Somos herdeiros dos que lutaram por uma nova ordem econômica internacional e dos que conceberam os objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável. Somos os vetores dinâmicos do crescimento econômico que o mundo vem experimentando neste século. O Sul Global também é uma força positiva para a paz. No passado, a Liga Árabe capitaneou uma iniciativa pela paz que representava uma opção equilibrada e realista para a resolução do conflito entre Israel e a Palestina. Hoje, o Egito tem sido imprescindível para que a ajuda humanitária chegue a quem precisa em Gaza, enquanto o Catar atua como ponte entre Hamas e as autoridades israelenses. Foi o Brasil quem, na presidência do Conselho de Segurança, em outubro do ano passado, primeiro propôs uma resolução sobre a atual situação que foi rejeitada pelo veto de um único país. Foi a África do Sul quem, com coragem, recorreu à Corte Internacional de Justiça para dar um basta no genocídio que vem sendo perpetrado contra o povo palestino. Foram os países do Sul Global que votaram a favor da resolução da Assembleia Geral da ONU que pede a cessação das hostilidades. Enquanto isso, o papel desempenhado por outros países tem sido, no mínimo, decepcionante, para não dizer conivente. Os que se arrogam defensores dos direitos humanos fecham os olhos diante da maior atrocidade da história recente. Deixam assim desmoronar a autoridade do Conselho de Segurança e a integridade do direito internacional humanitário. Não haverá paz enquanto não houver um Estado palestino independente. A decisão sobre sua existência foi tomada há 75 anos pelas Nações Unidas. Mas a mesma ONU que criou o Estado de Israel hoje se vê de mãos atadas. Não há justificativa para atos terroristas como os praticados pelo Hamas. Mas a reação desproporcional de Israel tornou-se punição coletiva ao povo palestino. Já foram lançados sobre Gaza mais explosivos do que os que atingiram Dresden, Hamburgo e Londres na Segunda Guerra Mundial. À medida que a violência se alastra para o Líbano, será necessária máxima cautela para que esse conflito não se transforme em uma guerra total. Evitar uma escalada também é crucial no conflito na Ucrânia. Essa é a mensagem que o entendimento China e Brasil busca promover junto com mais 11 países. Formamos um clube da paz para fomentar o diálogo e buscar uma solução duradoura. Essa solução duradoura só virá com o respeito ao direito internacional, incluindo os propósitos e princípios consagrados na Carta da ONU, e o papel central das Nações Unidas no sistema internacional. Precisamos de paz para voltar a nos concentrar nos maiores desafios do nosso tempo. O Brasil é, por princípio, contrário às sanções coercitivas unilaterais que violam o direito internacional e causam danos ilegítimos às populações dos países afetados. O caso de Cuba é emblemático da irracionalidade das medidas que há mais de 6 décadas afetam o desenvolvimento econômico do país e nos tempos recentes contribuem para agravar a situação energética, alimentar e de saúde do país caribenho. Renovamos nossa solidariedade com o povo cubano e fazemos apelo para que sejam imediatamente flexibilizadas essas medidas
our
e,
solidarity
sobretudo,
to
para
the people
Cuba
of
seja
Cuba, and
retirada
we
da
hope that
lista
measures will
unilateral
be
de estados
adopted
que patrocinam o
to make
terrorismo,
sure that
o que, como
Cuba
sabemos, é
is
injusto e
delisted from
injustificável.
the
O Brasil
countries who are
escolheu como
considered sponsors
prioridade
of
da sua
terrorism.
presidência do
We believe
G20
inclusion of
a
Cuba on that
inclusão
list was
social, o
illegal.
enfrentamento da mudança
Brazil's
do clima
priorities
e a
in
reforma
G20
da
are social
governança
integration,
global,
fight against
incluindo
climate
a
change,
Organização das Nações
as well as
Unidas, as
fight for
instituições
the reform
financeiras
of global governance
internacionais,
system
entre outros.
and establishment of
Convidamos todos
global
a
financial
aderirem à Aliança
institutions.
Global contra a
We
Fome e a
invite
Pobreza, que vai
everyone
mobilizar
to
recursos
join the
para a
global
implementação de
alliance against
políticas
poverty
de
and hunger. We
eficácia
try to
comprovada
mobilize
contra esses
resources
flagelos.
in order to
Também
pursue policy
conclamamos a
against
todos a
these
elevarem o
problems. We
grau de
also call
ambição de
upon
suas
everyone
contribuições
to raise
nacionalmente
the ambitions
determinadas para conter o aquecimento global.
when it comes to
No
national
caminho até a
contributions into
COP30,
fight
em
against
Belém,
climate change.
no Brasil, podemos ser mais
We are
ousados sem
preparing
abrir
for
mão do princípio
COP30,
das
and
responsabilidades
we can
comuns,
show
mas
even more
diferenciadas.
courage. We should not
Temos de
abandon
unir
the
forças
principle
para não
of
ficar para
shared but
trás na
differentiated
transição
responsibility.
energética e na
We have to
revolução
join our
digital.
efforts
Não podemos nos
not to be
limitar
left
à
behind
posição de
during the
meros
energy transition and
fornecedores
digital
de recursos
revolution. We
naturais,
cannot be
reproduzindo
limited
a
to the
lógica
position of energy
extrativista de
suppliers.
séculos atrás. Tampouco nos convém a
We
condição de
cannot use the
espectadores
logic of main
da
exporters
evolução
that
da
existed
inteligência
30 years ago. We can't be
artificial,
comfortable in the
sem
position
participar
of
de sua regulação,
observers when
nem ser
there is an
remunerados
evolution
pelo
of
uso de
artificial
nossos
intelligence.
dados.
We need to
Neste ano, a
participate in
presidência
its
do
regulation
G20
and
aprovou
get
importante
fair
chamado à
compensation for
ação
the use of
sobre
our
a
data.
reforma da governança
The
global,
presidency of
que
G20
contou
has
com o endosso
adopted
de
a
muitos
call
dos
for
países
action
aqui
in the
presentes.
reform of global
O
governance that
Brasil
was supported by many
considera
countries present in
apresentar
this
à
hall.
Assembleia Geral da
Brazil
ONU
considers a
proposta
possibility
de convocação de uma conferência de revisão da
proposing
Carta das Nações
in
Unidas
the
com
General
base no
Assembly
seu artigo 109.
a
Queremos explorar
convention,
esses temas ao longo da nossa presidência do Brics
a
no
meeting
próximo ano,
following the
que terá como
in
lema
accordance with the Article
fortalecendo a
109,
cooperação do
and we
Sul
want
global
to
por uma
consider the topic of
governança mais
strengthening global
inclusiva e
cooperation
sustentável.
with
Muito
the
obrigado.
South for just and more sustainable development. Thank you.
Спасибо большое за ваш вклад в нашу работу.
Thank you so much.
Слово министру
Thank you for your
иностранных дел
contribution.
Индии,
And now I
пожалуйста.
give the floor to Minister of External Affairs of India. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Your Excellency, President Vladimir Putin, Highnesses, Excellencies, friends. It is my honor to represent Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Brics outreach segment. I convey his greetings to all of you. Let me join colleagues in thanking President Vladimir Putin for the excellent arrangements and the warm hospitality. Excellencies, we face the paradox that even as forces of change have advanced, some long-standing issues have only become more complex. On the one hand, there is the steady diversification of production and consumption. Nations that attained independence from colonialism have accelerated their development and socio-economic progress. New capabilities emerged, facilitating the harnessing of more talent. This economic, political, and cultural rebalancing has now reached a point where we can contemplate real multipolarity. The BRICS itself is a statement of how profoundly the old order is changing. At the same time, many inequities of the past also continue. In fact, they have assumed new forms and manifestations. We see that in the access to developmental resources and modern technology and efficiencies. Let us also recognize that the benefits of globalization have been very uneven. Adding to all that, the COVID pandemic and multiple conflicts have aggravated the burdens borne by the global South. Concerns of health, food, and fuel security are particularly acute. The summit of the future underlined that the world is in real danger of falling significantly behind in realizing SDG targets. How do we reconcile this contradiction and ensure that the benefits of change reach those who are currently left behind? How do we create a more equitable global order? First, by strengthening and expanding platforms of an independent nature, and by widening the choices in different domains and minimizing undue reliance on those that can be leveraged. This is really where Brics can make a difference for the Global South. Second, by reforming established institutions and mechanisms, especially the UN Security Council in the permanent and the non-permanent categories. So too, the multilateral development banks, whose working procedures are just as outdated as that of the UN. India initiated an effort during its G20 presidency, and we are glad to see that Brazil is taking it forward. Third, by democratizing the global economy through creating more production hubs. The COVID experience is a sharp reminder of the need for more resilient, redundant, and shorter supply chains. For essential needs, every region legitimately aspires to create their own production capabilities. Fourth, by correcting distortions in global infrastructure that are a legacy from the colonial era. The world urgently needs more connectivity options that enhance logistics and mitigate risks. This must be a collective endeavor for common good with utmost respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty. And fifth, by sharing experiences and new initiatives. India's digital public infrastructure, its unified payment interface, the Gati Shakti infrastructure all hold a larger relevance. The International Solar Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, the Global Biofuel Alliance, Mission Life, and the International Big Cat Alliance are similarly initiatives of common interest. As a first responder, be it for natural calamities, health emergencies, or economic crisis, we seek to do our fair share. Excellencies, addressing conflicts and tensions effectively is a particular need of the day. Prime Minister Modi has emphasized that this is not an era of war. Disputes and differences must be settled by dialogue and diplomacy. Agreements, once reached, must be scrupulously respected. International law should be adhered to without exception, and there should be zero tolerance for terrorism. Excellencies, the situation in the Middle East, West Asia for us, is an understandable concern. There is a widespread anxiety that the conflict would spread further in the region. Maritime trade has also been deeply affected. The human and material consequences of further escalation are truly serious. Any approach has to be fair and durable, leading to a two-state solution. Excellencies, we meet in difficult circumstances. The world must be prepared to think afresh on long-standing challenges. Our gathering is a message that we are indeed prepared to do so. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. India demonstrates unique growth rate of 7.5% of GDP, and the population is growing by 10 million people annually. It's quite impressive, and it makes a solid contribution to the development and growth of our group, and I would like to congratulate you on your successes. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Deputy Prime Minister of United Arab Emirates.
Excellencies, Majesties, Highness, ladies and gentlemen, Excellency President Vladimir Putin, the President of Federal Russia, I would like at the outset to convey the greetings of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the Emirates States, and I would like to extend our sincere thanks to you, Excellency President, and to the Russian chairmanship of Brics this year. We value the efforts aiming at the enhancement of the international dialogue at a time we are in need of collective action facing the global challenges for a better world. Through the Russian chairmanship, a collective vision is embodied, reinforcing the Brics as a platform not only for resolving solutions, but drawing a future map for a better future for the world. Brics is not only confined to economic cooperation, rather it is a model for an existing partnership based on multilateralism. Through this platform, our states can benefit from various expertise and achieve common progress. This is the base out of which the Emirate goes forward. It has always put international cooperation at the core of its policies. My country believes that the real partnership is based on common interests and mutual respect, and not only on the limited and narrow interests. Today, we meet with the Brics states and friends to probe a better, more and more stable world. Our world is going through unprecedented circumstances affecting all countries, regardless of the size of their economies and their geographical position. The abrupt economic, whether in terms of the abrupt economic changes, climate change, and the aggravation of conflicts and the transition in energy, we are all required to find long-lasting constructive solutions. That is the essence of our cooperation within the framework of Brics, which is committed to the UN Charter, the international legitimacy as a basis for international cooperation and multilateral action. Attainment of international peace and security is solidly guarantee building a global forefront for encountering our common challenges, and is capable to put an end to the sufferings of the population, civilians in the flashpoints and conflict areas, and to build prosperity. On this basis, we call for a permanent and immediate ceasefire in Gaza Strip and unconditional access of aid to all civilians, and to start a new political track based on the two-state solutions, and show respect with all international legitimate decisions. Also in Lebanon, we reiterate the sustainability of supporting international efforts for de-escalation and the immediate ceasefire, as well as put an end to the Israeli aggression and the humanitarian crisis. And we strongly condemn the violations to the international decisions and the UN and Security Council resolutions. Majesties and Excellencies, through our today's discussion, to foster cooperation with Brics states and friends, like trade, investment, energy transformation, food security, and food and security in general. This will enhance facing the global challenges more effectively and finds foundations for long-lasting development. UAE believes that expansion of cooperation with partnership states is an opportunity for finding innovative opportunities, opening horizons for mutual benefit. In our today's world, multilateralism is not an option, yet a necessity. Challenges encountering us, economic, environmental, social, we cannot contend with by ourselves. However, multilateralism is the base of stability and growth. UAE is stands ready to go forward to enhance this approach by collaborating with friendly states. My country believes that the key role played by the emerging and developmental countries for forging the future of economy, we believe that the global south must be effective and influential partners in formulating the economic resolutions. UAE aspires through Brics and close relationship with friends to the promotion of openness, and we believe in building further platforms and partnerships for shared knowledge and expertise that contribute to the enhancement of our future. We proceed with the expansion and promoting, fostering the positive expansion, and we are supporting such reform. Excellency President, once again, I extend my sincere thanks to you and to Russia for the warm hospitality and the good organization. I hope the outcomes of our meetings would be a significant step to the fostering cooperation among the BRICS countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on our part, I'd like to ask you to give the thanks and the words of gratitude to the President of the United Arab Emirates for active participation in our work. Thank you. I would now like to give the floor to the President of the African Union, to the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellency President. Excellency President Vladimir Putin, President of Federal Russia, the Chairman of BRICS session, Majesties and Excellencies, Presidents of states and governments, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset I'm pleased to extend a sincere thanks to His Excellency President Vladimir Putin, President of Federal Russia, for his kind invitation to participating in the BRICS 16th Summit, held under the motto multilateral cooperation for the sake of security and fair development. We equally extend thanks for the superior due care and warm hospitality provided to us and to our delegation. I would like to express in my name and on behalf of the African Union our deep gratitude and commend to the BRICS grouping for the support given to the African continent and to the appreciated efforts exerted for gaining a permanent seat for the African Union in the G20. Excellencies, Highness and Majesties, ladies and gentlemen, the BRICS today forms one of the most significant platforms for upgrading multilateral cooperation, especially among the global South. The gradual expansion of this grouping and the disparity of developmental levels between its states and the states seeking its membership express the conviction of the groupings in development and progress, as they are not merits limited to countries than others, rather right to all countries, regardless developmental disparities and contexts. Therefore, we should listen to them, respect their priorities and their basic developmental needs. Development can never be neither effective nor sustainable unless it is comprehensive and is firmly established on international solidarity and cooperation. This general principle is the foundation for our convergence in the African Union for attaining SDGs.
This is our position in the African Union.
We think that stumbled and low SDGs and the existing impotence in lifting the enormous challenges in terms of security, economy, and the environment encountering the world is partially due to the weakened multilateral cooperation and the imbalances of the global international financial political governance and the dramatic shortfall of solidarity between regional, international, regional solidarity and concerted efforts. Therefore, the world today, notably our African continent, is in a dire need of a new dynamic of multilateral cooperation and international solidarity and synergy. It is critically necessary to reformulate the rules of the international financial and political governance. It is difficult to our African states to tap its huge development opportunities and liberalize its tremendous potentials in favor of development and growth, while indebtedness issue is still persistent, strongly impeding their development efforts. The development aid system proves its inability to achieving its aspired goals, in addition to the weak representation of the continent in multilateral financial institutions, which doesn't allow it to show respect to the international agenda of its urgent needs, notably related to infrastructure, reinforcing growth, technology transformation, enhancement of educational systems and new technologies. In the aggregate, a new chart for development must be put in place to be more flexible and sustainable and safeguard the countries, the least developing countries, easy access and fair access for financing customized to their priorities. Despite such revision, the reformulation of the rules of the international political governance is important for tackling the international peace and security. The international political governance in the current reformulation makes it more unfair and apply double standards dealing with the issues on the account of the vulnerable and least developed countries. Double standards while overlooking the humanitarian values explains today to the international community the necessity for halting what we are witnessing in terms of massacres and grotesque massacres in Palestine and Lebanon, as well as the weakened international solidarity and multilateral cooperation explains parts of our impotence in the African Union to terminating terrorism, threatening our peace and security and our developmental efforts. So we have to call for a motto that requires a strict observance of the international law and humanitarian international law, translating our collective humanitarian values. So it is incumbent upon us all to deepen awareness of the unified humanitarian fate, and no effective convergence for the issues of security and peace can be attained without collective symbiosis of convergence. So in order to be able to enjoy long-lasting peace, it is necessary to enhance multilateral cooperation and international synergy, and to reform the international political governance for fairer and more balanced representation of the least developed countries. So within this context, I would like reiterate from this podium our call for granting the African Union a permanent seat in the Security Council to be able to allow its voice to be heard and to observe its priorities on the international agendas. In the African Union, we greatly rely on meeting this request, and we rely on the Brics support and the Global South support. I hope for the proceedings of this summit all the best, and I'm fully confident that its results would contribute to enhancement of cooperation. Thank you.
Who Russia shares deep historic ties with. We wish you great success and thank you for the participation in our work. Thank you. I now give the floor to the President of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko.
Уважаемые дамы и господа,
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen,
уважаемый Владимир Владимирович, я
dear
поздравляю вас
President Putin,
с успешным
I congratulate
председательством.
you on the
Все вовремя
successful
и весьма
presidency.
эффективно.
It's very timely and
За
highly
небольшой
effective.
по историческим меркам период
Over historically short
объединение
period
стало
of
центром
time, the
притяжения.
organization became a
Именно с
point
ним
of
все больше и
attraction.
больше стран
It's with this
связывают
organization
свое
that more and more countries
представление о
choose to
справедливом
connect their
мироустройстве.
point of view with a just world
В таком
order,
мироустройстве, где
a world
обеспечивается
order
равенство
where
суверенных
there are ensured
государств,
rights of sovereign
независимо
states
от их размеров, военной и
without
экономической
taking
мощи,
into account their
где
size or
признается
military
право
power,
каждого
where they recognize the
самостоятельно
rights of each
определять идеологию развития
independently
и
choose
проводить
their ideology of
независимую
development
внешнюю политику.
and to lead their independent external
БРИКС
policy.
– это сообщество
BRICS
будущего.
is an
По
organization
своему
of the
потенциалу
future,
оно может
and
приблизить
its
конец
potential
истории
could bring
доминирования коллективного
an end
Запада,
to the
который
history of domination
оказался
of the West,
неспособным нести
which proved its unworthiness
ответственность
of
за
bearing the responsibility
цивилизованное развитие
for the
международных
civilized
отношений.
development of international relations.
В силах государств-участников БРИКС сделать
Among the
так,
powers
чтобы
of
реальные рычаги
BRICS,
влияния
they
перешли в
have it
руки
in their powers to pass on the
прогрессивного
power
мирового
to the
большинства.
progressive global
Мы
majority.
полностью разделяем
We
философию
fully
БРИКС.
share the BRICS
Беларусь
philosophy.
идет к вам с
Belarus
конкретными идеями и проектами,
is ready to
призванными
share their ideas
содействовать
and
решению
projects
общечеловеческих
aimed
проблем.
at
Мы
solving
готовы стать
common human
активным
problems,
участником
and we're ready to
объединения.
become a full-fledged member of the organization.
Беларусь традиционно ответственный и эффективный
Belarus
партнер.
is traditionally a trustworthy
Географическое
partner.
положение в центре
Our
Европы,
geographical location
опыт
at
и
the center of
достижения
Europe,
позволяют с
our
уверенностью
experience
говорить
and
о том,
achievements
что
allow
Беларусь
us to
станет
say
еще одним
surely that
важным
Belarus
пазлом в
will become an
складывающемся
important piece
образе
of puzzle
будущего нашей
building together
организации.
the future of our
Участие
organization.
Беларуси расширяет границы
Participation of Belarus
возможностей
expands
объединения,
the borders of
делая
possibilities of the
его более
organization, making
универсальным
it more
и
universal
всеобъемлющим.
and comprehensive.
Позвольте обозначить лишь несколько направлений, в
Allow me
реализации
to
которых мы можем
map out
сыграть
only
определенную
a
роль.
few areas where
Первое
we could play an important
безопасность.
role. First of all, security,
Взаимное уважение,
mutual
неделимая
respect,
безопасность,
indivisible
гарантии странового
security,
развития без
guarantees of
конфронтации и
countries' development without
те
confrontations and
принципы, на
clashes
которых
are
необходимо
the
строить
principles
наш
that should be
новый
at the
миропорядок
basis of our
с
new
нашей
world
точки
order
зрения.
from our point of
Второе.
view. Secondly,
Устойчивое развитие.
sustainable
Для
development.
многих стран глобального
For most
большинства,
countries of
как
the
и для
global
нас,
majority, as well as for
особенно
us,
актуальна задача
it is
построения
especially relevant,
устойчивых,
the task
экономически
of mapping out
самодостаточных
sustainable,
государств
economically
при
sufficient
отсутствии
states
больших запасов природных ресурсов,
at the lack of great
географических
natural
и
resources,
климатических преимуществ.
geographical or climatic
Беларусь с
advantages.
этим справляется. Мы готовы
Belarus is
предложить свой
successful at that.
исторический
We are
опыт, как
prepared to share
стать
our
сильнее самим
historic
и
experience,
сделать сильнее других.
how to become stronger
Как
ourselves and
вопреки
make others
санкционному
stronger,
давлению и
how to stand
попыткам
against
цветных
sanction
революций
pressure or
сохранять и
colorful
приумножать
revolutions,
человеческий
how to
потенциал,
preserve and multiply
обеспечивать
human
высокие
potential,
социальные стандарты
how to
и
ensure
достойное
high
качество
potential
жизни,
standards and a decent
коммерциализировать инновации и
standards of
быстро
life, how to use
осваивать
innovations
технологии.
and quickly use our
Третье.
technologies.
Об этом уже говорили.
Thirdly, this has
Борьба
already
с
been mentioned
голодом,
before, fight
бедностью,
against hunger,
последствиями
poverty,
изменения климата.
and the consequences of climate change. Belarus is one of the leading world exporters of mineral resources, of food, goods, agricultural machinery, and new technologies. We bring our contribution to ensuring food security all over the world. We're ready to cooperate with our colleagues in the science field, in issues of adapting agriculture produce towards climate change, as well as involving lands in the agricultural turnover. Fourth, humanitarian area. Belarusian education is highly estimated all over the world. Degrees in highly qualified positions are sought out by representatives of over 110 countries. An important part of the development of our sovereign state is a strong science school. Among our priorities are the energy technologies, nanomaterials, new energy sources, industry, biotechnologies, medicine, and the IT. Belarus has worked out a range of competitions in the aerospace area, and we're ready to contribute in releasing initiatives on creating satellite systems for Brics, as well as the upcoming consortium of the space exploration. We're ready to share our experience, our best practices. Dear friends, Belarus has a high level of cooperation and trustworthy relations with the absolute majority of the countries whose representatives are present here today. With most of them, we have a long-standing history of successful cooperation. And now we can add on our expertise on bilateral area with new integrations in this format. Minsk confirms full preparedness for full-fledged membership in this organization. I thank you for your attention. Mr. Lukashenko, thank you very much for your address. Belarus showcases great steps in development and economy and social sphere, and of course shares its responsibility in the work of our organization. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the President of Lao PDR, as well as the President in the ASEAN. Please, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, esteemed heads of state and government of Brics countries, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege to have been invited to the Brics Outreach Summit by His Excellency President Vladimir Putin, Chair of the 16th Brics Summit, which provides me with the opportunity to join the heads of state and government of Brics member countries and developing nations of the Global South here in this beautiful city of Kazán. Excellencies, the international community is currently grappling with numerous challenges, making it increasingly difficult to foresee how the global future will unfold. These challenges pose a significant threat to global peace, stability, and security, while severely hampering development efforts of many nations, particularly developing ones. Today, more than ever, Brics plays an indispensable role in reshaping the global order and fostering cooperation mechanisms that are just, equitable, and mutually beneficial to all nations, particularly the developing ones from the Global South, which in turn contributes to building a better world. And this commitment aligns seamlessly with the theme of today's summit, Building a Better World Together. I therefore commend the Russian Federation as one of the founding members of Brics for spearheading key initiatives and establishing much-needed frameworks aimed at creating new yet long-awaited economic and financial difficulties that address the evolving and pressing needs of the international community. Excellencies, the Lao PDR places great importance on multilateralism as a fundamental mechanism for promoting sustainable development, while also emphasizing the crucial role of fostering international cooperation grounded in the principle of multilateralism, which is essential for building peace, security, and equitable development. In 2024, this year, the Lao PDR assumed the ASEAN chairmanship under the theme ASEAN Enhancing Connectivity and Resilience. We have identified 9 key priorities, including economic integration, inclusive and sustainable growth, digital transformation, cultural cooperation, environmental and public health collaboration, and the empowerment of women and youth. Additionally, we aim to build effective cooperation mechanism that will strengthen collaborations among ASEAN member states and with ASEAN dialogue partners, which also include Brics member countries. And in this regard, allow me to share some of my thoughts as follows. 1. The Lao PDR views Brics as a robust and resilient cooperation mechanism with considerable influence on the global stage. We therefore encourage Brics to continue strengthening its leadership in guiding the world towards just and equitable development. 2. Brics member countries and developing nations should deepen cooperation at all levels, both bilaterally and multilaterally, while fostering mutual support and assistance for the Global South. Expand collaborations in critical areas such as trade, investment, tourism, digital transformation, clean energy, carbon credits, education, and human capital development will create favorable conditions for achieving the 2030 United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Goals, ensuring that no one is left behind. And 3, in light of Brics' notable achievements and its growing significance on the global stage, the Lao PDR wishes to formally express its interest in becoming a member of Brics. We are eager to enhance our cooperations with Brics members across a wide range of sectors and look forward to your support in welcoming the Lao PDR as a future member of this group. In conclusion, the Lao PDR remains steadfast in its commitment to supporting and collaborating with Brics countries and developing nations of the Global South. I'm confident that the outcomes of our discussions at this summit will further strengthen our partnership and contribute to building a better world for all of humanity in the future. With that, I wish the 16th Brics Summit every success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for the participation, for active participation as a head of state and as the president of the ASEAN. Asia by and large and Southeastern Asia have been undergoing rapid development, and this is going to be a driver of our joint work and our participation and engagement in that region. I'd like to give the floor to President of Turkey, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
Distinguished heads of states and governments, valuable friends, I would like to salute you all with love and respect on behalf of myself and my nation. It gives me great pleasure to be able to get together with you on the occasion of the expanded leadership session. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank my dear friend, the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, for his kind hospitality and for his sincere invitation. And I also would like to congratulate him for being such gracious hosts. As of January, Brazil will be assuming the term presidency, and I would like to wish my Brazilian friends the best of luck in their endeavor. Yesterday, a terror attack had taken place, and I would like to thank all my friends for extending their sincere condolences and the solidarity that they have so generously shown. This heinous act will not impede the resolve of Turkey to fight back terrorism. Dear friends, from economy to security, from global injustice to climate change, we are going through significant challenges, the ramifications of which can be felt everywhere. Fair global development is very punctual and is very to the point. And I would like to accentuate one point sincerely. This is the time when socio-economic fragilities are increasing and the power axis is shifting, and the political and the financial mechanisms can no longer serve our best interests, which were established in the aftermath of the Second World War. Things are changing in this day and age, and we believe as Turkey that a fairer world is possible. In multilateral platforms, we are always getting together with our friends, and we are trying to support the initiatives in order to find common solutions to the outstanding problems using our joint wisdom. We believe that Brics contributes tremendously in a unique way to the development of global trade, economic expansion, and sustainable development goals. And I think Brics is also contributing to the possible establishment of a fairer global order. Turkey is a founding member to many international institutions and organizations, from the Council of Europe to the Organization of Turkic States to Developing Aid to Economic Cooperation Organization and the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization as well. We are active members of G20 and MICTA. The African Union and ASEAN are some of the platforms where we have close partnerships, along with the communities of Latin America and Caribbean states. And we are investing tremendously in expanding our cooperation mechanisms every day. As Turkey, we are basing our endeavors on reciprocal respect, and we are partnering with friendly countries on a win-win scenario. And we are very much determined to further pursue our positive relations with the Brics family members. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, global fair order and development can only be established through peace and security to be established all around the world. So long as we don't stop the bloodshed in the Middle East, we can never speak about development, nor the future, nor justice, nor development. Israel is actually setting fire on the entire region, and they have violated every boundary from international law to conscience. The Palestinian people are being massacred in Gaza, and that's a genocide. And Israel is attacking Lebanon as we speak, and they are becoming even more destructive and oppressive. This is a humanitarian crisis that we are experiencing in the midst of the 21st century, and ignoring this fact can never relieve us from our responsibilities. It's an indispensable fact that we have to go back to the borders of 1967 in Palestine, with Eastern Jerusalem as the legitimate capital of Palestine, where a Palestinian state's sovereignty and territorial integrity will be respected at the utmost extent possible, or else a just and a permanent peace will never be established. And I would like to kindly invite all the countries to start recognizing Palestine if they haven't done that. The genocide actors, Israel government, has to be stopped through international community's support. And unconditional weapons and arms sales to Israel should be stopped because it encourages Israel to become much more destructive. And we have started an initiative within the United Nations to stop weapons from being sold to Israel. I would like to salute you all, and I believe that you will be very supportive of our initiatives. And before I conclude my remarks, I would like to salute you all with love and respect. I hope and pray that this meeting will yield the most auspicious results for the entire human race. And I would like to thank everybody involved in the organization.
Our common work. Once again, my congratulations.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. President. Under your leadership, Turkey has been pursuing an independent foreign policy course, and that merits our respect, and we cooperate very well bilaterally, doing a lot to resolve difficulties in the region, and I'm sure that Turkey's work within this entity will also be relevant. And I'd like to give the floor to President of Uzbekistan, Mr.
Mirziyoyev, please.
Уважаемые главы
Distinguished
делегаций,
heads of delegations,
хочу присоединиться к словам признательности в адрес президента Российской Федерации, уважаемого Владимира Владимировича Путина, за традиционный радушный прием прекрасной организации нашего мероприятия в древнем Казани, городе Советской истории, где гармонично сочетается культура Востока и Запада. Выступления моих уважаемых коллег подтверждает важность
reinforced the significance of gathering in the Brics Plus format for broad dialogue and open discussions on the pressing issues of global development. Regrettably, the world is rapidly moving towards increasing number of wars and conflicts inflicting profound suffering, severe pain, and irreplaceable human losses.
Фрагментация мировой экономики и торговли усиливает неравенство, технологический разрыв и протекционизм. Возникают новые барьеры между странами. В этих условиях БРИКС, действуя на основе принципов как равноправие, неблоковость, учет интересов друг друга, уважение суверенитета и права на собственные развитие, выступает авторитетного
irreversible and dynamic formation for multifaceted cooperation and partnership. We are convinced that such a model of interaction can serve as a solid basis for shaping a new architecture for more equitable world, while preserving the central role of the United Nations. I endorse the calls for achieving global compromise through constructive dialogue, free from geopolitical rivalries, national egoism, and ideological prejudice. We believe that time has come to reform the world's governing institutions and enhance a committed dialogue in the South-South and North-South scientific of the summit. During the productive Russian presidency, Uzbekistan actively participated in the youth summit, sports games, legal and parliamentary forum, a high-level security meeting, and other events. Today, we are committed to further actively enhance partnership ties with BRICS countries. We will be efficiently taking advantage of new opportunities, which are opening as part of this formation. We share the fundamental commitment of BRICS countries to develop cooperation in order to overcome the challenges of worsening global inequality and facilitate the inclusive economic recovery. This refers primarily to supporting national programs of developing countries aimed at tackling acute social and environmental challenges, reducing
poverty,
reducing poverty,
narrowing the technological gap,
eliminating
and
the technological
modernization
gap.
of infrastructure. Multilateral financial institutions can and should
must play an important
play
role
an
in this.
important role in this regard.
Uzbekistan
Uzbekistan intends to establish
ties
close
with the
collaboration with the
Brics
Brics
Development
Development Bank to implement priority investment and social projects.
realize
We're
new
also interested to
social
expand
and investment
practical
projects.
cooperation in such areas as innovation, digital
We're going
economy,
to work
green
in areas such as
development,
innovation,
and
green
energy.
development, economy,
Barrier-free
barrier-free
e-commerce.
electronic trade.
We intend to participate
We
in
expect to
joint
take part
projects
in joint
of the Brics
projects
Research Group on artificial intelligence to prevent possible risks and develop common management standards in this area.
governance standards.
We're ready to join the Brics Competence Center under the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, which is being formed.
In the
And
investment
also,
platform that has
as
been
the
discussed.
Brics
Together with our
Proposed
Brics
Investment
platform,
Platform, we're particularly interested in participating in program for training specialists in the field of education. And also, we intend to closely collaborate on strengthening transport connectivity, creating new transcontinental corridors, forming reliable logistics supply chain, and developing the coastal or coverage transportation. We will also focus on ensuring food and energy security, healthcare, as well as overcoming the adverse effects of climate change. We welcome the development of business contacts with Brics. We propose to consider the possibility of including all interested countries in Brics Business Council.
all interested countries in the
Geopolitics.
Brics Business Council.
So for us, the priority remains
Matters of
in cooperation in Brics space
combating
are
threats and
countering the
challenges
threats
of
and
international
challenges
terrorism
of
remain
international terrorism. We
important.
must attach special focus, and we have to attach special focus to the prevention of radicalization and the spread of extremistic ideologies, primarily among youth. Uzbekistan stands for broad cooperation.
Escalation of
And
conflicts in the Middle
we
East.
do share the concern regarding
Transforming
the escalating conflict in the Middle East. It is increasingly evolving into potential flashpoint of global crisis involving neighboring countries and major world powers. We're heartbroken by unprecedented humanitarian catastrophes in Gaza and Lebanon. No political objectives can justify innocent civilian victims, casualties, especially children. Today, the immediate ceasefire and the delivery of emergency relief to all the victims are the paramount urgency. We believe that the only solution to the Israeli-Palestinian problem is a peaceful settlement of the conflict based on the two-state solution principle.
Based on principle,
When it comes to global and regional security, we cannot overlook the problem of Afghanistan. Our common task is not to isolate, but to help the people of Afghanistan and the de facto authorities of the country to address the pressing problems of socio-economic development, peace building, and prosperity. Distinguished participants of the summit, Uzbekistan is ready to engage in close and mutually beneficial cooperation with Brics countries to achieve common goals of sustainable development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. President. Uzbekistan, under your leadership, has shown impressive pace of economic and democratic development. I'd like to also mention that the potential for further development, the room for development is huge. I'd like to thank you for attending the events of the forum in the course of the year, and thank you. And we pay a lot of attention to the situation around Palestine. So I'd like to give the floor to the President of State of Palestine, Mr. Mahmoud Abbas.
Thank you.
In the
name of Almighty God, Excellency President Vladimir Putin, President of Federal Russia, and the Chairman of the Brics, leaders, presidents of Brics states, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. his blessings and bounties. I would like at the outset to extend to Your Excellency and to the presidents of the BRICS with sincere thanks for the kind invitation extended to us to participating in the proceedings of this significant session for the fostering collaboration among BRICS states and the global South, which will allow us to expand and foster dialogue and collaboration in the fields of development, innovation, energy, culture, and international peace and security, and to give impetus to resolving the current international and regional crises, at the top of which the Palestinian cause for building a better world. In this regard, we congratulate the countries newly joined the BRICS, UAE, Egypt, Ethiopia, and Iran, for joining the BRICS, which forms a strong indicator to the incremental role of the groupings and its great importance at the international level. We hope that you would accept Palestine's request for annexing to the grouping as soon as possible. The great development of BRICS and the growing desire of other countries to joining the BRICS reflects the urgent need for a global, for an international world much fairer and justice. Given the failure of the current international world for finding a fairer resolution to the urgent causes and the chronic issues that the world suffered from, and at the top comes at the top of which the Palestinian cause a full year has posed for the gravest catastrophe the Palestinian people is going through since the Nakba in 1948. That is the Israeli war, where the perpetration of genocide and ethnic cleansing are practiced in order to evacuate its population in Gaza Strip, especially now at the moment in North Gaza. The occupation troops is turning the people into hunger, and as well as aggressions by the occupation troops, as well as the terrorist settlers against the Gaza Strip, including the West Bank and East Jerusalem, overthrowing the resolution of the international resolutions. And to expand the conflict, the Israeli government decided to shut down the headquarters of UNRWA in the East Jerusalem and to seize its actions in the occupied Palestinian territories, which necessitates the international community to reject and condemn such a decision and force the Israeli government to withdraw their decision. Therefore, it has become an urgent need and immediate need for the putting into effect the Security Council resolution on immediate ceasefire and allow the runs of the humanitarian aid, as well as the full Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip, and the Palestinian state would be fully incompetent for allowing the displaced to come back to their homes and start reconstruction works. Presidents and heads of delegates, this is the first test for after 67 years since the Nakba. Homelessness and displacement displacement and sufferings of the Palestinian people. It is a high time for putting an end to oppression and terminating the practices of using power and force. So we invite all the international states to put into effect the resolution of the General Assembly on the ruling of the International Court of Justice to end the unlawful occupation of the Palestinian state and to have the East Jerusalem as its capital through 1 year as per the recommendation. So the sanctions must be imposed in case the Israeli doesn't abide by the resolutions and the rulings, and to work with the United Nations. We call for holding a global or universal peace conference. We greatly rely on the Brics, which has a heavy weight in instilling the international peace and security. The presidents and leaders of delegates, the Palestinian state considers the principles on which the Brics is based, an indispensable part of its policy that believes in justice and mutual respect and common prosperity, which also represent the aspirations of our population. We extend our thanks to the leaders of the Brics for their courageous and audacious stances in support of the Palestinian cause and the independence of Palestinian. We reiterate in this regard the Palestinian desire to be annexed to the Brics group and to reinforce collaboration and involvement with the Brics members. We stand ready to be committed to its goals and the activities and the practices of its groups for the fulfillment of its activities and for the achieving a strategic partnership for a better future for humanity. Mr. President, I thank you for your statement. I wish all success to the grouping's members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. You noted the interaction between Brics and the Global South. It is one of our priorities. As for the Palestinian developments, unfortunately, the world sees a lot of armed conflicts. At our borders, we see the same case to our great dissatisfaction, but the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza takes special place, and what happens there resounds with aching heart with the global community, and we should spend our effort in changing this situation, building on the creation of the Palestinian state as foreseen by relevant resolutions of the United Nations. And these resolutions are to be implemented in full. Thank you so much for taking part in our today's session. Now, the floor is given to the President of Venezuela, Mr. Maduro.
Bueno, buenas tardes, presidente Vladímir Putin, querido compañero,
Your Excellency,
presidente, jefes de Estado,
President Putin,
jefes de delegación. Yo había traído un discurso para leer, pero de verdad que esto es un diálogo muy enriquecedor.
Representatives of Brics countries,
y ha habido un conjunto de elementos de aporte que he tomado nota. En esta búsqueda permanente por construir lo que ha sido una bandera histórica de los últimos 70, 80 años de la humanidad, construir un nuevo orden internacional. Felicito, señor presidente Putin, por el carácter incluyente, convocante, unitario de liderazgo que ha ejercido Rusia para la organización de esta exitosa cumbre.
On the role played by the Russian Federation
de manera modesta en todas sus instancias,
organizing this successful summit. Venezuela has taken a minor portion in taking part in various meetings, which were over 200 activities, whose focus was to find tangible solutions to the needs of the modern world, the world that seeks to create a new world order. And this aspiration is as broad as the world itself. The United Nations organization concentrated the efforts of all nations, of all powers, and we came up with a system that gave rise to rays of hope and outlined the main principles of international law. And all the nations of the planet followed these principles, but the quest for changes mentioned by the president of Brazil continued. There were leaders who created the non-alignment movement as far back as in the 50s, 60s, involving Egypt, Indonesia, Cuba. They were the main countries who developed the decolonization efforts of Asia and Africa. They were looking for independence of the new states. And the non-aligned movement did contribute significantly at some point in time. And the United Nations system was created to ensure global security. And I address Mr. Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General. Ages change. The transformation continues. Now we have ushered in new era, new superpowers, new powers came into existence. There are countries who modestly, like Venezuela, Latin American countries, Bolivia, Nicaragua, Cuba, who are also represented here. We modestly, but still try to make efforts to put into practice our dreams, to fulfill them, and while making sure that our right to independence, future development is respected as well. We are trying to contribute to global issues. I recall the Johannesburg Declaration, the Kazán Declaration. These documents specify economic decisions, practical global trade, in order to come up with solutions for financial needs. These are the new needs, Your Excellencies, Presidents, and we must be open discussing these. We must be loud and clear. It is everyone's understanding that these new needs need to be met. It isn't sufficient just to reform financial and currency system. Sometimes it seems that the systems can no longer be subjected to further reforming because previous colonial countries of the West are trying to impose their hegemony by using hegemonic currency systems, through monetary loan systems, through certain financial economic packages. They impose their conditions. In this regard, Venezuela welcomes and emphasizes the need for more vigorous steps in order to consolidate the activities of the new development bank, of Brics, in order for the global South countries to be able to develop, in order for us to make progress in the new payment system that would replace the payment systems that are at times used as a weapon to commit aggression. Venezuela was a victim to such policy, as it is common understanding. We must create a mix of currencies that would combine the strong currencies of superpowers and being able at the same time to maintain our national currency. Every country must aspire for a solution to promote an inclusive economy of our country, of our countries, those who want to live in dignity. Additionally, there is an objective to reform the United Nations. I have had a conversation with the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Every missile that hits residential buildings in the Gaza Strip wounded, killed in Beirut or in South Lebanon, these missiles destroy the United Nations. Where are the international criminal courts? Or is it only being used to persecute global south countries? Where is an international justice? Are they only there just to publish documents and communiques? How about life of women, children in the global south? Let's search a practical and bold plan to reform the United Nations organization, which is agonizing effectively as we see the rise of Nazi regimes against the backdrop of the painful past. The new world to be created is being born right as we speak, with Brics being at the core of this new nascent world. This world would build on humane principles. As I have said during our bilateral meetings with President Putin, the thing I said was, Venezuela belongs to the Brics family. I thank you for the invitation extended to our country. It is the first time that the President of Venezuela participates in a Brics meeting. We share the Brics principles. I'm convinced the historical truth behind this for over 200 years when Simon Bolivar, the liberator of our country, with his saber in his hand, liberated our nations, our continent. He fought for the balance worldwide. Hugo Rafael Chavez, our commandant, said, we are waiting for this multipolar world, multi-centric world to be created. Your Excellencies, Mr. President, you can count on the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to put into practice this historical project. Thank you so much.
Уважаемый господин президент, Венесуэла под вашим руководством продолжает политику команданта Чавеса по укреплению суверенитета страны, демонстрирует хорошие темпы развития.
It was 5.5%. This year we expect more than 7% of national growth. I'm sure you're on the right track, and the legitimate government created under your able leadership after the election will do a lot to promote your country and promote cooperation with other countries too, within the framework and within the circuit of Brics. Thank you so much for your speech.
Пожалуйста, слово президенту Республики Казахстан.
The President of the Republic of Kazakhstan.
Уважаемые главы государств, уважаемый генеральный секретарь ООН, прежде всего выражаю искреннюю благодарность президенту Российской Федерации Владимиру Владимировичу Путину за приглашение и превосходную организацию саммита БРИКС в городе Казани, уникальном историческом центре Евразийского континента. БРИКС превратился в глобальный центр международного притяжения, к которому проявляет практический интерес многие страны, стремящиеся к взаимовыгодному сотрудничеству. БРИКС обладает огромным потенциалом к развитию и объединяет государства разных континентов, укрепляя солидарность и эффективно используя совместные возможности на благо всех участников. БРИКС обладает как ресурсами, так и опытом для построения будущего, основанного на принципах совместного процветания, взаимного уважения и партнерства.
leadership.
Для Казахстана крайне важен тот факт, что с каждым государством-участником БРИКС у нас сложились поистине дружественные отношения. Нет сомнений в том, что многосторонние усилия БРИКС будут гармонично дополнять деятельность Организации Объединенных Наций, которая по-прежнему является незаменимой и универсальной структурой. Принципы дипломатии и диалога, заложенные в Уставе ООН, стали основой повестки БРИКС, способствуя мирному урегулированию конфликтов и укреплению стратегической стабильности. Мы высоко оцениваем концепцию России по созданию равной и неделимой безопасности в Евразии, направленной на снижение геополитической напряженности через укрепление взаимного доверия и сотрудничества. Казахстан поддерживает инициативу Китая в области глобальной безопасности, нацеленную на сохранение международной стабильности, защиту суверенитета, использование многосторонних подходов и мирное разрешение конфликтов. Казахстан в целом поддерживает мирный план Китая и Бразилии по Украине. Наша страна разделяет обеспокоенность государств-участников БРИКС обострением ситуации на Ближнем Востоке, что привело к огромному количеству человеческих жертв и гуманитарной катастрофе.
And the humanitarian catastrophe, our joint resolution of the root causes of the conflict, such as poverty, inequality, lack of education, are to address this is, in our opinion, the key factor to strengthen international political solidarity. Kazakhstan supports the idea to reform the United Nations Security Council, to extend it by inviting new members from Africa, Latin America, and Asia. The voices of the global South countries are to be loud in addressing the issues of peace and security, and BRICS can play a pivotal role in this process while strengthening the representation of the so-called medium powers and developing economies in the global governance structure. Kazakhstan considers BRICS as one of the driving forces of the overall progress worldwide. We note with satisfaction the dynamic growth of the trade between Kazakhstan and the grouping countries. In 2023, it was almost 50% of our foreign trade balance. We seek to extend mutually beneficial cooperation in such areas as trade, investment, IT, technologies, critical minerals, food security, education, and tourism.
Kazakhstan is ready for close cooperation in order to strengthen the transit and transport cooperation in the BRICS area. Our country attributes particular importance to further development of the initiative entitled One Belt, One Road and South-North International Transport Corridor, as well as its links to the Trans-Caspian transport route connecting Asia and Europe through Kazakhstan, through the Caspian Sea. It is a possibility to give additional impetus to foreign trade in the long run. Kazakhstan seeks to form lasting partnership relations within BRICS Plus format with a view to strengthening the energy security. We are interested in promoting the existing and in launching future-oriented prospects when it comes to oil and gas processing as well as critical metals. We should use the vast BRICS potential for overcoming the challenges related to climate change, such as extreme global warming and desertation. We are convinced that our BRICS efforts will make it possible to enhance the connectivity between North and South, eliminate imbalances between our countries, strengthen international security, and put in place conditions for a global process. Once again, I would like to assure you that Kazakhstan firmly intends to work jointly in the BRICS format in order to strengthen multilateral cooperation in the interest of a sustainable and secure development of states. I'm confident the BRICS summit in Kazán will go down in history as an important milestone on our path to a better and just world. I thank you for your attention.
Большое спасибо,
Thank you
уважаемый
so
господин
much,
президент.
Excellency,
Вы
Mr. President.
обратили внимание и дали хорошую оценку
You
развитию
have
БРИКС,
given
а
a
также
good
сказали о том,
assessment
что
to the
50%
BRICS
торгового
development. You
оборота
mentioned that
вашей страны
50% of
приходится на страны
trade
БРИКS. Это,
turnover
конечно, вот это реальные
counts for
реальные
trade with BRICS
весомые
countries. Those
составляющие
are
нашего
real
взаимодействия.
figures
И, конечно, очень
and
важна
real
логистика.
indicators of
Мы
our
понимаем и
cooperation.
придаем этому
Logistics
огромное
is very
значение.
important. We attribute
Надеемся
great
на
attention to
активное
this factor,
участие
and we hope
Казахстана
for
в нашей
active
совместной
cooperation
работе. Пожалуйста, слово
with
президенту
Kazakhstan. And now I would like to give the
Азербайджан.
floor to President of the Republic of Azerbaijan.
Dear Vladimir Vladimirovich, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the President of Russian Federation, to Vladimir Putin, for the invitation. I'd like to seize this opportunity to congratulate Russian Federation on successful chairmanship in BRICS. Azerbaijan is an active advocate of multilateralism, which was demonstrated by us during our chairmanship in the non-aligned movement in the 2020-2023. During the 4 years of our chairmanship, non-aligned movement has made great strides towards its institutional development and solidified its stature within the system of international relations. Our successful chairmanship experience is helping us today as a chairman in the measures
Используя свое географическое положение и создав современную инфраструктуру, Азербайджан превратился в один из важных транспортных и логистических центров Евразии. Транспортные коридоры восток-запад и север-юг проходят по нашей территории. Все сегменты этих транспортных путей на территории Азербайджана успешно функционируют. На данный момент, ввиду резкого роста грузопотока через нашу территорию, мы инвестируем дополнительные средства в увеличение пропускной способности этих коридоров. В следующем месяце Баку станет местом проведения крупнейшей международной климатической конференции КОП-29. Единогласное решение около 200 стран по проведению КОП-29 в Азербайджане – яркое свидетельство уважения и поддержки нашей политики. Мы уже вносим вклад в сотрудничество между глобальным югом и глобальным севером по климату и будем стремиться к достижению взаимопонимания как по вопросам, связанным с изменением климата, так и вопросам глобальной безопасности, верховенства международного права, невмешательства в дела друг друга, взаимного уважения. Благодарю за внимание.
Спасибо большое, уважаемый господин президент. Да, действительно, вы совершенно точно отметили, что роль Азербайджана, особенно в развитии логистических коридоров, очень важна. Но не только. Я думаю, что, имея в виду растущий объем товарооборота с Россией, даже с другими государствами БРИКС, тоже имеет существенное значение. То, о чем говорил только что президент Казахстана. Хочу вам пожелать всего самого доброго. Спасибо большое. Пожалуйста, слово президенту Республики Конго, господину Денису.
Monsieur Vladimir Putin, président de la Fédération de Russie,
Your Excellency Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation and acting chair
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, distingués invités, Mesdames, Messieurs,
distinguished participants of the summit,
je voudrais remercier Son Excellence
I would like
Monsieur
to
Vladimir
express my
Putin,
gratitude
président
to
de la
His
Fédération
Excellency
de Russie,
Vladimir Putin,
qui a bien
President of the
voulu
Russian
nous
Federation,
convier à ce 16e
who has gathered
sommet des
all of
BRICS.
us on the occasion of the
Je
16th
salue
BRICS summit.
également les chefs d'État et de
I would also
gouvernement
like to welcome
présents à cette
heads of
rencontre
state and
de haut
government
niveau
present at this
sur
high-level
des
meeting
questions essentielles qui touchent
that is
à
dedicated to
l'économie
the key
mondiale
issues
et à
related to
l'avenir
global
des peuples.
economy and the
Je
future
remercie
of
les
the
autorités
peoples.
de la Fédération de Russie pour l'accueil
I thank the authorities
combien
of the Russian
chaleureux
Federation
qui nous a
for
été
their
réservé à
warm
moi-même
welcome extended
et à ma
to
délégation.
me and my delegation.
J'adresse mes vives félicitations pour l'organisation remarquable
Sincerely
de cet
congratulate
important
you on
événement.
superb arrangements.
BRICS hier, BRICS
Yesterday,
plus aujourd'hui.
we there was a
Cette
BRICS
évolution du
meeting,
groupe
now BRICS
d'États
Plus meeting is
ici
taking
réunis
place.
témoigne
The
de
enlargement
l'engouement de nos pays pour
of BRICS
un
and
Sud
the number of today's
de plus
participants
en plus global,
is
prônant
testimony to a
l'avènement
greater
d'un nouvel
interest on the
ordre
part of Global South.
international plus juste,
Our
plus
collaboration will
solidaire,
contribute to
plus
a
prospère.
just, more prosperous
Le devoir
world
impérieux
order.
pour nos
The main goal
nations
for
du
us,
Sud est
the
d'unir
countries
nos
of the
efforts
South,
afin de créer des mécanismes
to
financiers alternatifs
pool our efforts in order
qui
to
régulent avec
create
plus de
alternative financial
justice
instruments
l'économie mondiale
which would
au bénéfice des
regulate
intérêts
global economies in
légitimes
a
de nos
just way
États.
based on legitimate
Ici,
interests of our countries.
sur les rives de la Volga, se joue
Here, on the
une
Volga
séquence
River,
déterminante
decisions
de
are being
l'avenir du
adopted
monde
that will
en
determine the
réponse
future of the
à
world
des turbulences économiques
in
sans
response
précédent.
to economic devastations
En
that
développant
haven't
des
been, that
institutions
are
financières
unseen,
plus adaptées
while developing
aux
financial
réalités
institutions
contemporaines
better adjusted
et
to
en
the new
renforçant
realities,
des échanges commerciaux
and
entre
increasing
nos
the
pays,
trade volumes
nous
between
pouvons
our
bâtir
respective countries.
notre avenir sur
That's how
des
we'll
économies
be able to
autonomes
build our
et plus
future
résilientes.
based on a
Une telle
better, more
approche
independent and
implique
resilient
de
economy.
réformer
This attitude
les institutions financières
implies
internationales
reform
pour
and
qu'elles
adjustment of
reflètent
international financial
davantage
institutions
les
to make
réalités
sure they
économiques actuelles
better reflect the
et
current
prennent
economic
mieux en compte
realities
les attentes
and
légitimes de nos peuples.
take into
Mon
consideration
pays,
the legitimate
la République du
aspirations of our
Congo,
peoples. My country,
partage
the Republic of
pleinement
Congo,
les aspirations des Brics+,
fully shares the
notamment en
aspirations
termes
of
de
BRICS
paix
Plus
dans
countries,
le monde,
particularly when it
de
comes to
progrès
peace on the
pour
planet,
tous et de
general progress,
multilatéralisme constructif.
and constructive
Consciente
multilateralism.
de l'importance croissante de
While
la
being
coopération
aware of
économique et
the growing
politique
importance of economic
entre les
and
nations
political
du Sud,
cooperation between the
la
countries of the
République du
South,
Congo accorde
the
un
Republic of
intérêt
Congo
tout particulier
shows
aux
particular
objectifs
interest
visés
to the
par les
goals
BRICS+, pour
that had been
promouvoir un
outlined by the
développement
BRICS Plus countries,
inclusif
that
et
is
durable
contributing to inclusive
et
and sustainable
contribuer
development,
activement
as well as
au
making
couronnement
active
de cette
contribution
avancée
to
majeure.
the successful implementation of this
Au-delà des
important
intérêts
mission.
économiques, la culture
Apart
rapproche
from
les
having
États et
similar economic
renforce
interests, our
l'amitié
countries share
entre
common
les peuples.
culture. It strengthens
C'est en cela
friendship
que
between our
la République
nations.
du Congo appelle
It is in this
à la mise
spirit
en œuvre
that the
des
Republic of
initiatives
Congo
communes
calls on
dans les
implementation of
domaines de
joint initiatives
l'éducation
in the field of
et de la
education
culture
and culture.
afin de promouvoir un dialogue
This would enrich the
interculturel
intercultural
enrichissant.
dialogue.
Par ailleurs, situé au cœur du
Apart
bassin
from
du
that,
Congo,
my country
mon pays est
is in the
engagé
heart of the
depuis
Congo River
près d'un
Basin.
demi-siècle
For more than
dans la
half a
protection
century,
de l'environnement
have we been
en lien
protecting the
avec
environment
la lutte contre les changements
as
climatiques.
part of our fight against
J'en
climate change.
appelle à une coopération plus renforcée
I call on
pour
you to
la
deepen our
préservation
cooperation
des
in the
écosystèmes
interest of
de
preserving the ecosystems
biodiversité.
and
À ce
biodiversity.
sujet, le
In this
Congo vient
context,
de
the
soumettre
Republic of Congo
à l'Assemblée
has
générale des Nations unies
put forward for
la
consideration of the UN
résolution
General
sur
Assembly
la
a
décennie
resolution
mondiale de
dedicated
l'afforestation
to the
et du
World
reboisement
Decade
pour
of
consolider
Reforestation
le rôle crucial des forêts
in order to
dans
underscore the
la
important role played
régulation
by
du
the
climat.
forests for climate
J'invite
regulation.
donc les BRICS+,
I call on
à
BRICS
se
Plus
placer à
countries
l'avant-garde de cette lutte au
to
service
play
de
a
la
leading role
survie
in
de
this
l'humanité
fight for
entière,
survival of the entire
tout
humanity.
en saluant vos efforts en matière de
I welcome
protection
your
de
efforts
l'environnement
aimed at protection of the
et de
environment
réduction des émissions
and
de gaz
reduction of
à effet de
greenhouse
serre.
gas emissions.
Je sollicite l'appui des BRICS+,
And I also
en
call
vue de
BRICS Plus
l'adoption
countries
de
to
cette
support
résolution
the adoption
par
of this
les
resolution
Nations Unies. Je vous remercie.
in the United Nations Organization. I thank you for your attention. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Mr. President. You noted that global South countries share aspirations of BRICS countries. It is a joint vision on many issues, makes us better coordinate our positions. Thank you for your participation. And now I give the floor to President of Plurinational State of Bolivia, His Excellency Mr. Katacore.
Muchísimas gracias. Muy buenas tardes.
Thank you so much.
Todos saludamos a nuestro hermano
Good afternoon.
presidente de la
It is
Federación
my pleasure
Rusa,
to welcome all
Vladímir
participants,
Putin,
and particularly
quiero agradecer
our
nuevamente
brother,
por la gentil
President of the Russian
invitación
Federation,
que en el ejercicio de
Vladimir
la
Putin.
presidencia pro
Thank you for your
tempore del
invitation.
bloque de países Brics hizo partícipe a nuestro Estado
You
plurinacional
are currently
de
holding the
Bolivia en
chairship
esta
in the
cumbre.
BRICS.
Saludo a mis colegas
I thank
presidentes,
you for your
líderes de países,
invitation
miembros de los Brics y
to
países
participate in
invitados
this meeting.
a esta cumbre.
I
Saludamos a la
welcome
presidenta del Banco de
BRICS
Desarrollo
leaders
del Brics,
and
hermana
heads
Dilma
of
Rousseff,
participating countries.
y a
I
todos los
welcome the
presentes.
President of the New Development
Permítame
Bank,
iniciar
Madam Dilma
agradeciendo
Rousseff,
también
and
el
all
cálido
participants.
recibimiento
At the
de
outset, I
Kazán
would like to express my
y la
gratitude
hospitalidad
for
brindada.
your warm welcome in Kazan
Es un
and the
honor para
hospitality
Bolivia
extended
participar en este
to my
foro,
country. It is a great honor for
reafirmando nuestra
Bolivia to
convicción de
take
que el
part in this
BRICS
forum.
es una
It
prueba tangible de la posibilidad de crear un nuevo
shows
orden
that
mundial más equilibrado
we
y justo
we are
para la
able to
humanidad.
establish a new
Nuestra
multipolar world
presencia hoy
order that would be
subraya la
better
afinidad de
balanced
Bolivia
and more just for the entire humanity.
con las propuestas
Bearing in
y
mind the
compromisos
similarity
de los países BRICS,
and the commitment of
especialmente en lo que
Bolivia
respecta
to the
a las reformas
goals
necesarias
outlined
para
by
el
your countries,
crecimiento y desarrollo de los países
I should
emergentes
state
y en
that we
desarrollo.
need to take reforms
Bolivia
in order to
cree
better reflect the
firmemente en
interests
la
of
integración
developing
regional y
countries.
global
Bolivia is
como el
firmly
mecanismo más
convinced
efectivo para alcanzar
that
el desarrollo
global
conjunto.
integration is needed. It is the
Tener
most important
una visión
mechanism for
compartida
joint
sobre la
development.
gobernanza global nos
We share
acerca
the
aún más
vision
al
of a
BRICS.
better global
Hoy es un
governance,
día
and it
fundacional
brings us even closer to
de un
BRICS.
nuevo momento en
Today
la
is
historia de la economía
a
mundial,
milestone. It is a
un
very
día de
important day
esperanza
in the history of global
en que se
economy.
ve
It is a
muy
day
bien
of hope
representada la palabra BRICS
when we
en
see
un sol
how
multicolor
good, how
hecho de
well
banderas de los
BRICS
países fundadores del bloque y que se
is
expresa
symbolized
en el logo
by
de
many
esta cita.
colors of the flags of all founding
Definitivamente
countries, and
es
it
un
is
nuevo
even
amanecer
better
que
reflected
anuncia
in
no
the
solo
motto of today's day.
la
It
caducidad
is
del
a
Acuerdo
new
de
day, it is
Bretton
a new
Woods que
chapter.
desde 1945
It means
marcó
that
la
Bretton Woods
prosperidad
institutions
para
of
los países de
established in
Occidente,
1945 has
usando como
expired.
nave
It was an era of
insignia la
prosperity of the
economía
West.
y la dictadura del dólar norteamericano
They used
para dominar y
dictatorship of
someter
dollar
económicamente a los pueblos de
in
Asia,
order
África y
to
América Latina
subordinate and ensure dominance
y
over
construir
Asian,
una
African, and
camisa de
Latin
fuerza
American
a las
countries,
relaciones
and
centroperiféricas,
thus
sino
to
que es también
contain
un nuevo
the
amanecer
periphery.
porque anuncia la instauración de una tendencia
We see a
irreversible
new day
hacia la multipolaridad.
because the trend is irreversible.
Todo tiene su
It is
tiempo
a
bajo el
path
sol, dice un
to
proverbio que expresa
multilateralism.
la sabiduría de los pueblos, que además representa a culturas milenarias mancilladas por el horror de la guerra, la destrucción y el hambre de su gente, sin respeto alguno por los tesoros en las artes que poseen ni de sus bellos entornos naturales, a veces convertidos en páramos, por solo la ambición del control y la explotación de los recursos naturales estratégicos. Pese a ello, estos pueblos milenarios mantienen su acervo cultural como expresión de una memoria larga y de resistencia que los hace indestructibles. Los pueblos del mundo vivimos muchos años bajo el control y la hegemonía del poder unipolar. Después de fracasado el intento de construir un modelo guiado por el bipolarismo. Hoy, con potencia histórica incontenible, el multipolarismo emerge y se posiciona sobre las relaciones políticas y económicas planetarias, pues la situación del planeta Tierra ha llegado a límites de poner en peligro la sobrevivencia del ser humano y la madre Tierra. Debido a una irracional carrera armamentista y concentración de la riqueza en pocas manos, en la que cotidianamente se producen más y más armas estratégicas para mantener dominio
Daily, they produce even more strategic weapons in order to maintain their dominance, while inequality between the rich and the poor is exacerbating.
Y por eso el multipolarismo brota como una necesidad y expresión de la libertad de pueblos y naciones,
therefore, multipolar world order is an expression
con acciones genocidas,
the
como los
will,
ataques militares a
the interests
Palestina,
of those
el
people
bloqueo
who have been
económico a Cuba,
punished by such illegitimate
cruel ejercido
actions as
sobre el pueblo
neocolonialism,
saharaui,
blockade of
al que
Cuba,
se le
and
niega su
attacks against
autodeterminación.
Palestine,
En este
as
contexto,
well as infringement
es
on the rights
fundamental
of people who are
recordar
denied
que Bolivia
their
ha
right to
presentado
self-determination. We need to remember
una
that Bolivia
declaración de
has
intervención
presented
en el caso relativo a la aplicación de la Convención para la Prevención y la Sanción del Delito de genocidio en la Franja de Gaza.
claim against the
En el
crimes committed
litigio
by
Sudáfrica versus
Palestine
Israel ante la Corte
in
Internacional de Justicia.
the case between
Bolivia
South
reitera su firme
Africa and
compromiso con
Israel
los
in
derechos
the
del pueblo
International
palestino
Court
y con
of
la
Justice.
paz
We
en Medio
reaffirm
Oriente.
our commitment
No
to
podemos olvidar
the interests of
actos de
Palestine and the Middle
desestabilización
East.
e intentos de
We shouldn't
supresión de
forget about the
democracia legalmente constituidas
steps aimed at
a través de
destabilization and
golpes de
attempts
Estado en pueblos que son
to commit
potenciales
coup
víctimas del
d'etats in
poder
countries
occidental
who are
que
potential
pretende seguir
victims of
controlando el
Western
mundo
powers,
desde
those who
1945.
seek to control the world
Nos referimos
since
a Venezuela y su
1945.
petróleo,
I'm talking
a
about
Bolivia
Venezuela and
y
its
su litio,
oil,
así
Bolivia
como a
and its
Honduras y
lithium,
Colombia por su
as well as
posición
Honduras and Colombia,
geoestratégica, para solo hablar
due to
de
their
América
geostrategical position,
Latina.
to mention
Más
just
allá de
Latin
estos
American
grandes
countries.
problemas,
Apart from
de
these
estos
big
macro
problems,
problemas agendados
these
por el
macro problems
unipolarismo,
caused
en
by
este momento
unilateral
fundacional la
world
Federación Rusa
order,
acoge la presidencia pro tempore de los Brics,
the Russian Federation,
prometiendo que su acción se
as
centrará
chair
en
in the
promover
Brics,
toda la gama de
promises
asociaciones
that its actions
cooperación
will be
en
aimed
el
at promoting the
marco de
entire
la
range of
articulación
cooperation
en tres áreas clave: política
on
y
three
seguridad,
pillars:
economía y
politics and
finanzas,
security,
y
economics
vínculos
and
culturales
finance,
y humanitarios.
as well as cultural and people-to-people
Palabras que
contacts.
reflejan que los seres
These words
humanos no somos meras
means
cifras
that we,
estadísticas,
the peoples, are
ni
not
patios
only
traseros,
statistical data. We are not
sino
a
personas
backstage
y pueblos con
or
historias
backyard.
y
We are
culturas.
the peoples and the nations with our own history and
Sin
our own
embargo,
culture.
en una situación mundial como la actual,
Nonetheless, under the current
entendemos
circumstances,
que los cambios no se
we
decretan, sino que
understand
son parte
that
de todo
changes
un
should not be
proceso.
dictated by someone.
Es
They are
imprescindible
part of an entire
una
general
reforma
process.
como la expresada
And
en
we
el
need
diálogo de ministros
such
de
a reform
Relaciones Exteriores del Brics
that was
con
mentioned
países
during the
del
meeting of
desarrollo
the Minister of Foreign
del
Affairs
10
of
de junio
Brics
de este año,
that took place on
que
the
sus
10th of June
54
this
puntos
year.
da pistas de los asuntos que serán materia de su
54
trabajo,
points during that meeting
las
draw
que
a
más allá
picture
de la
of the actions
cooperación
that should be
económica
taken
muestran
aside
una
from
visión y
economic
cosmovisión
cooperation. They
compartidas.
also reflect a common point of view.
Creemos que es preciso construir un
We
sistema
believe
internacional
it is
y
necessary
multilateral
to
más
build an
ágil,
international
eficaz,
multilateral system
receptivo,
that is more
representativo,
flexible, more
legítimo,
effective, more
democrático
representative,
y
more legitimate,
responsable,
democratical, and
que permite
responsible,
una participación
which
más
would allow
eficiente
the
de los
participation,
países
a
en
more
desarrollo
effective
y menos
participation of developing
adelantados
countries
para
and
insertarlos en la
less
toma de
developed
decisiones
countries in order
de la
to
que
grant
ahora
them the
están
possibility of
excluidos.
choice
Hoy el
that they're
poder
deprived
económico
of at the moment.
se va
Today,
trasladando
the economical
de la
force
región transatlántica al
is
Indo-Pacífico,
shifting from transatlantic to the
pero las
Pacific region.
instituciones de gobernanza mundial
But global
siguen
governance
centralizadas en el norte
institutions
global,
stay focused on the global
siendo que
north
estas instituciones juegan un rol definitivo a la hora de
because
tomar
these
decisiones e
institutions play a
imponer
decisive
sanciones
role
sobre
during
el
the
comercio,
decision-making
la
progress
salud,
and
el
the
suministro de
decision of
energía
sanctions on
y la seguridad
trade,
alimentaria.
the energy
Esto
supplies,
debe cambiar.
and food security. This has to
En este
change.
contexto, el Estado
In
plurinacional de
line with
Bolivia
this,
mantiene
the
la posición que
plurinational state
respalda
of
las
Bolivia
reformas de los organismos como el
supports
Consejo de Seguridad de Naciones
reform
Unidas,
of such
el
bodies
Banco
as the
Mundial
UN
y el
Security
Fondo
Council,
Monetario
the World
Internacional,
Bank, and International
los
Monetary
cuales deben
Fund,
ajustarse a la
which have
realidad
to
de manera
adapt
equitativa y representativa,
to the reality for a
escuchando todas las
just and
demandas de manera
representative
igualitaria y
basis.
considerando a aquellos nuevos
All
actores de
demands
poder.
have to be taken equally and have to take into account all
Apostamos
the
por el fortalecimiento del
pillars
nuevo
of
Banco de
power. We
Desarrollo,
support
una
the
institución
reinforcement of the
clave
new Bank of Development, which is a key structure for financing the projects of developing countries such as Bolivia in order to achieve a fairer world. Global threats and challenges of capitalism that we're facing today require the unification of forces and solidarity of the majority of world countries who represent the global south today. We are convinced that thanks to the potential of our countries and with the support of Brics countries, we will manage to stimulate the transformation of economy and global governments in order to reinforce the establishment of mutually beneficial development based on great achievements in technology, science, digital connections, and renewable energy sources. Bolivia is a country rich in mineral sources, natural resources. We're the first in supplying lithium. We have natural gas, traditional minerals, and rare earthly elements. We're going through the process of industrialization, and our participation in Brics is aimed at mutual benefit of all the participations of this process. I believe that this meeting in Kazán will map out a new momentum in history, where many countries, there are attempts to enslave them, and depending on different conditions, we will try to map out our aspirations, the process of development, to gain back the sovereignty of our countries without any interference, with the right to self-determination, in order to restore sense in international relations, with respect for international law, and while ensuring equality for our nations subjugated to the tyranny and dollar. And at the end of this summit, we believe our results should result in actions that will benefit our nations and will contribute to a promising future for the global development of humankind and our future generations. Thank you very much. Distinguished President, you mentioned the Bretton Woods institutions that was at the basis of international financing system. And I would like to remind everyone that the dollar stability back in the day was ensured with a connection to gold. Then there were other agreements who have detached the dollar from the gold. And the only guarantee of these world currency is the stability of the solar economy, the economy of the United States, its power, domination in the world. Right now, the situation in the world economy naturally shifts, and I would like to point that out naturally. So our task to take these inevitable changes and transformations and make them civilized. This is what we're calmly tackling in the Brics institutions, and we will continue to do it gladly with the countries involved in our process. Please, now I give the floor to the Prime Minister of Armenia. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, President Putin, distinguished heads of delegates, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to take part in the Outreach Brics Plus meeting, and I would like to express my gratitude to the President of Russian Federation for the hospitality, for the organization of today's summit at the highest level. The theme of today's meeting, Brics and Global South, building a better world together. And I believe in this context, it is especially relevant, announced by the Armenian government, Transport Communication Project, the crossroads of the world. The meaning of this project is that Armenia is ready and is interested to organize in their territories to pass loads, transports, passengers of cable routes. This is the shortest route between the Black Sea and the Persian Gulf.
Исламской Республики
through
Иран,
the territory of
Республики
Islamic
Армения
Republic
и
of
Грузии.
Iran,
Это
Armenia,
направление
and Georgia.
север-юг.
This
А
is
также
the
кратчайший
north-south
маршрут
route.
между
This is as well the
Каспийскими
shortest route
и
between
Мраморными
the
морями
Caspian
по
and the
территориям Азербайджанской
Marble Sea,
Республики,
through
Республики
the
Армения
Azerbaijan,
и Турции.
through Armenia
Это
and Turkey.
направление восток-запад.
This is the
Этот маршрут,
direction
естественно,
east-west.
можно использовать еще и для
And of course, this route can also be used
транспортно-коммуникационной
for
связи
transport communication
между
connections
Азербайджанской
between
Республикой и
Azerbaijan
Нахичеванской автономной
and the
Республикой.
Hachivanska Autonomous
Азербайджанской
Republic.
Республики. С учетом данного подхода
Taking into
мы
consideration this
предложили
approach,
Азербайджану
we have proposed
механизмы
to Azerbaijan
упрощенных процедур
mechanisms of
пограничного и
facilitated
таможенного
procedures of
контроля, а
transborder
также
control,
обеспечения
as
дополнительных
well
мер
as ensuring
безопасности
additional
с
security
учетом
measures,
юрисдикции
taking
и
into
полного
account
уважения
legal base
суверенитета
and with
обоих
full
стран.
respect for sovereignty of both
Хочу
states.
еще раз
I
подчеркнуть,
would like
что
to once
Республика
again
Армения
emphasize
в
that
состоянии
Armenia
обеспечить и
is capable
полноценно
of
обеспечить безопасность
providing and
прохождения
will fully
грузов, ресурсов,
provide the
транспортных
secure
средств и
transition
людей по
of
своей территории.
carriages of transport
Это
and of
наше
people through our
желание,
territory.
наше
This is our desire,
обязательство,
this is our
и мы это
obligation.
гарантируем и будем
We will
гарантировать всегда.
guarantee and we will continue to
Все
guarantee it at all
утверждения о том,
times.
что Армения в какой-либо форме
All
якобы
claims that Armenia
согласилась, что
supposedly
какая-либо третья
has
страна
agreed that a third
будет
party
обеспечивать
will
безопасность
ensure
коммуникаций
the
на
security
ее суверенной
of
территории
communications
или в
on its
каком-либо
sovereign territory,
документе предусмотрено такое,
or
не
perhaps it's
соответствует действительности.
supposed
Уважаемые
in some
главы и
document
члены
is not real.
делегации,
Dear heads
вчера парламент
of states and
Республики
delegation,
Армения
yesterday the
ратифицировал
Armenian parliament
положение о совместной
ratified
деятельности
a
Комиссии
document
по
on
вопросам
joint
делимитации
action of Commission
государственной
on
границы и пограничной
demilitarizing
безопасности
the
между
border and the
Республикой
transnational
Армения
security
и
between
Азербайджанской
Armenia and
Республикой
Azerbaijan,
и Государственной комиссии по
as well
делимитации
as the State Commission
государственной
of
границы между
delimitation of the state
Азербайджанской
border
Республикой и Республикой Армения.
between Azerbaijan and
После
Armenia.
вступления в силу указанного документа в
After
обоих стран
the
мы
aforementioned
сможем
document comes into
активизировать
power in
процесс
both
делимитации
countries,
государственной
we
границы
can
между Арменией и Азербайджаном
facilitate the process of
на
delimitation
основе
between
базовых
Azerbaijan and
принципов
Armenia based
Алматинской
on the
декларации
basic
1991 года.
the principles of the
Хотел бы
Almaty
особо
Declaration of
подчеркнуть, между
1999.
прочим,
I would
что
like
решение
to point out
Конституционного суда
separately that
Армении по
the
данному
decisions of the
правовому
Constitutional
документу
Court of Armenia on this document
окончательно развеяло все опасения и сняло все
fully
доводы
took
по
off
поводу
any
якобы наличия в
concerns of
Конституции
the
Армении
supposed
предполагаемых
presence in the Armenian
территориальных претензий к
constitution of
соседним странам,
territorial
констатируя,
claims
что
towards neighboring
такие
countries. We would like
интерпретации
to state
необоснованны
that these
и
interpretations are
нелегитимны.
baseless and
Уважаемые
illegitimate.
коллеги,
Dear
и
colleagues,
Армения, и
both
Азербайджан в
Armenia
течение
and
последних
Azerbaijan
месяцев
over the last
неоднократно
months
заявили, что
have
проект
repeatedly
договора
stated
об установлении мира
that
и
the
межгосударственных
agreement
отношений
project
между
towards building
Республикой
majors
Армения и
and interstate
Азербайджанской
relations between Armenia
Республикой
and
согласован
Azerbaijan
как минимум на
have been agreed upon
80-90%.
almost at
Уже полностью
80-90%.
согласованы
We've fully agreed
формулировки относительно
on the
обоюдного признания
phrasing
территориальной
of
целостности
the
друг друга,
mutual
об отсутствии взаимных территориальных
improvement
претензий
of the
и
territorial integrity,
обязательства не
of the
выдвигать
absence
таких
of
претензий
territorial
в будущем.
claims, and
По
the promise
вопросу
not to
соблюдения
put
принципа
forward these claims in the
неприменения силы и
future
угрозы
based on
силы,
the principle of non-use of
невмешательства
force,
во
of
внутренние дела друг
non-interference
друга,
in the internal affairs
установление
of one
дипломатических
another,
отношений
with the
и
establishment of
создание
diplomatic
двусторонних
relations
механизмов
and
для
creation of
выполнения
bilateral
обязательств,
mechanisms
принятых
to reinforce
сторонами мирным
obligations
договором. Наша
disposed
оценка такова.
for the sides by the
Уже
peaceful
на
agreement. Our
сегодняшний день
assessment is the
в
following.
согласованном
As of
содержании
to date,
проект договора
the project that has been
формулирует,
agreed upon
адресует и
already
решает
formulates,
все
addresses, and
принципиальные
solves
вопросы,
all the
необходимые
principal
для
issues
установления прочного
necessary
фундамента
to
для
ensure
мира и
a steady
нормализации отношений
basis for
между
peace and
Республикой
normalized
Армения
relations
и
between
Азербайджанской
Armenia and
Республикой.
Azerbaijan.
И мы предлагаем Азербайджану
And we propose
подписать,
to
уже
Azerbaijan
подписать этот
to
договор.
sign these
Спасибо за
agreements.
внимание.
Thank you for your attention.
Большое спасибо, уважаемый господин премьер-министр.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister.
Только что вы сказали о проектах логистике. Очень важное направление
project. I believe this is a very important area of cooperation in the region.
And it is of especially great importance that you positively assess to enforce these projects with Azerbaijan and other countries of the region, which over the last years we've spoken at length about. And I would like to point out that the process of demarcation and delimitation of borders, and I believe this is a great path toward peaceful agreement. And this is the goal of our meeting today, to exchange our point of view with the president of Azerbaijan. So I believe this is very in line with our work today. Thank you very much for your address. I now give the floor to the president of Kyrgyzstan, Mr. Zhaparov. Mr. President, dear heads of state and governments, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to congratulate the Russian Federation on the successful chairmanship in BRICS, to wish great success and effective work, as well as thank you for a warm welcome and the hospitality in Kazán. I'd like to express my gratitude to Mr. Putin for the kind invitation to take part in this important event. Current busy agenda at BRICS reflects the relevance for all of humanity. In this organization, we see a unique platform that promotes principles of sovereign equal rights, mutual respect, and trust, non-interference in internal affairs, and mutual economic development. We share goals and principles of BRICS activities on allowing possibilities for economic and social growth, development of entrepreneurship, promoting digital technologies, putting forward innovational and ecologically clean technologies, as well as solving climate challenges. I would like to add that this is fully in line with the Sustainable Development Goals integrated in the Kyrgyzstan's NDS until 2040. Dear friends, after the decades of globalization and integration processes, the modern world community is seeing the geopolitical and economical fragmentation. Has the world become more secure, stable, and prosperous? Of course, the question is a rhetorical one. We see today the domination not of the international law, but the right of might. Each year, we see the new lines being drawn, lines of separation. We see higher finances on arms that could be forwarded towards prosperity and towards overcoming economic inequality. Select countries continue to get richer, while deterring international trade and manipulating the financial system, which causes great damage to smaller, economically vulnerable countries. Despite the current difficult geopolitical position in the world, Kyrgyzstan does everything in its power for sustainable development, has already achieved attainable progress in this area, especially thanks to many reforms. The economy of our country over the last years is developing steadily, despite unfavorable external factors and difficulties on the world market. Over the last 3 years, the economic growth has amounted to about 7%. Our experience is a testament that with the right viewpoint, with the political will and good governance, even smaller countries with restricted resources could attain great economic results. We believe that cooperation in combating climate change is especially relevant, and it is especially present in the mountain ecosystems. Climate change, the destruction of ecosystems, and pollution disproportionately affect countries located in the mountains. At the initiative of Kyrgyzstan and with the wide support of mountain countries, we're releasing the 5 years of action for the development of mountain regions for 2023-2027, adopted by the UN General Assembly. Another one of our initiatives is ensuring a new global dialogue on climate change as an annual event within the UN framework on climate change and forming a professional group for mountain partnerships. Allow me to take this chance
to support the initiatives of Kyrgyzstan. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyrgyzstan pioneers for just non-discriminatory international world order, common access to the well-being of world economy and modern technologies. External trade should fully serve the sustainable development goals. I believe that working out alternative mechanisms of trans-border payments, new financial instruments, using new digital possibilities, the bettering of payment infrastructure will work towards the growth and effective trade in regional and global scale. Kyrgyzstan is interested in cooperating with the new development bank within financing infrastructural projects, as well as projects of sustainable development, both in Brics states and in other developing countries, and we hope that its role will continue to grow in order to eradicate poverty, develop infrastructure, and raise our resistance to global challenges. We're ready to share with all those interested participants and partners within our Brics Plus format. We're ready to share our best experience to develop digitalization's infrastructural projects in the shift towards a greener economy. Especially high appreciation should be given to the scientific educational cluster of Brics. We see great perspective in developing culture and art cooperation within this format. We're ready to join the development of this important area and to cultural exchanges. In order to democratize international relations, I would like to share following thoughts. First, in order to ensure stable peace in the interest of future generations, we cannot allow the blockage or the division of states for our own and someone else. Second, we need to increase the effective nature of peace building at the UN to ensure human rights, to reinforce our fight against terrorism, extremism, and the drug circulation. Third, we support the reinforcement of system of multilateralism, which is the strong beating heart of the UN. We have to follow the principles and norms of international law with no exception, especially those enshrined in the UN Charter, as well as those aimed at destroying the imbalance between North and South. Fourth, as a bordering country, Kyrgyzstan considers it especially important to fully support Afghanistan and the Afghan people towards integrating the economy of this country in the regional and international economic processes. We cannot leave Afghanistan in international isolation without outside help. Fifth, we call upon the international community to support the development of countries of Africa, Asia, Latin America, and other smaller countries by ensuring economic development, food and energy security, and other events.
Number 6, being a mountainous country at Central Asia, Kyrgyzstan has been advocating for the universal and comprehensive mountainous development agenda at the global stage. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I'd like to note that we highly appreciate the operation of Brics Group, and we're ready to contribute to the best of our ability to resolve the above-mentioned and other key issues on the agenda of Brics. We confirm our aspiration to pursue and consolidate versatile cooperation with all the participating countries. The Republic of Kyrgyzstan states that it is interest to work closely hand in hand with BRICS nations and is determined to jointly develop bonds of friendship for the benefit of our peoples. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Your Excellency, Mr. President, you have mentioned the right is might, or the fist right, as it's also called, well, applied by some nations in economic and political affairs, it causes the backlash, the backfire. So, and that would, consolidate the use of the fist, the right of fist. But BRICS advocates for improving the status of international law.
Instead, with regards to Afghanistan and mountainous nations and their susceptibility to climate change, we know about your concerns, and we mentioned that on many occasions, and we also talked about that with the President of Tajikistan, to whom I'd like to give the floor now. The countries adjacent to Afghanistan acutely feel what has been happening in this region and around that country. Over to President of Tajikistan, Mr. Rahmon.
Excellency Vladimir Vladimirovich, Your Excellencies, heads of state and delegations, United Nations Secretary General, I would like to begin by expressing gratitude to the President of the Russian Federation, His Excellency Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, for taking the initiative to hold our meeting. In light of the current international situation, I believe that the theme of our meeting today, building a better world together, is particularly relevant. It seems clear that the goal it set forth can be achieved only by strengthening equal government-to-government cooperation and by encouraging our countries to work together to build a more fair world order. At the same time, we should take the necessary measures in line with our commitment to the universally recognized norms and principles of international law. In light of the pressing global challenges, there is a need to consolidate our efforts to ensure enduring peace, overall security, genuine stability, and sustainable development. Accordingly, during the recent session of the United Nations General Assembly, I proposed the international community to adopt a special resolution entitled "A Decade of Strengthening Peace for Future Generations." We earnestly count on your support of this initiative. Today, we are witnessing contradictory geopolitical processes. Along with this, we observe the rise of threats posed by international terrorism, extremism, radicalism, cybercrime, trafficking in narcotics and weapon smuggling, along with different forms of cross-border organized. These challenges can effectively be addressed only if we have clear and coherent strategy. Tajikistan has consistently advocated for enhanced collaboration with all international partners in addressing these threats and challenges. To achieve these objectives, our country is actively engaged in promoting multilateral cooperation on counter-terrorism and its financing within the framework of the Dushanbe process. Dear colleagues, Tajikistan is monitoring with deep concern the developments in the Middle East and the escalation of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, which has regrettably resulted in significant casualties amongst civilians. We urge all parties involved to exercise restraint and to take immediate actions aimed at restoring stability and security in this region. We, in this context, emphasize the necessity of implementing the resolution of the United Nations Security Council on the establishment of an independent and sovereign state of Palestine within the borders of 1967. We firmly believe that any disputes, conflicts, and disagreements can be resolved through political and diplomatic means. Furthermore, the effects of climate change have introduced another layer of problems. The increasing frequency of natural disasters related to climate change has resulted in significant loss of life and forced us to allocate considerable resources to mitigate their consequences. In Central Asia, the phenomenon of warming is leading to a reduction in the area of glaciers, which are a primary source of water resources in the region. In accordance with the UN General Assembly resolution, our country intends to hold a high-level international conference on glaciers preservation in Dushanbe in May 2025. We extend an invitation to your countries to participate in this important event. In this context, drought represents one of the most pressing global challenges, exerting a detrimental deep effect on all our countries, including the Central Asian region. Dear colleagues, instability in the global environment exerts a direct influence on the socio-economic growth of developing countries. We are often facing increasing disruptions in production and supply chains, as well as food shortage. As a landlocked mountainous country, Tajikistan is keen of the sound progress of its trade and economic partners and committed to expand cooperation with all of them. It is of paramount importance to take practical steps towards a genuine transition to a green economy, with green energy representing a key component. We have set ourselves the ambitious goal of completing this transition by the year 2037. We all well remember the recent COVID-19 pandemic that deeply affected the globe. The most important lesson we derive from this global crisis, in my view, is that no nation, irrespective of its level of development, is immune from the spread of such dangerous diseases. In light of these, there is an only way that we should foster a broad partnership to improve the quality of healthcare, make sure that new innovative methods for disease prevention and treatment are accessible to all. Distinguished colleagues, it is our conviction that only through comprehensive and active engagement we can ensure conducive living conditions for future generations in our shared home called planet Earth. The principal key of attaining this laudable objective is continued promotion of a dialogue among civilizations, and we must strive for greater mutual understanding and respect among diverse communities, facilitate growth and mutual enhancement of our distinctive, unique national cultures, and building truly friendly relationships. In conclusion, I'd like to note that in terms of influence on global processes and in terms of potential, the countries of the global south are fully capable to mobilize efforts for the sake of building a better world together. I thank you for your attention, and I thank His Excellency Vladimir Putin for his kind and generous invitation to take part in this very important event. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. President. You have heeded the glaciers indeed for such countries as Tajikistan, Afghanistan, and others. It is a major issue because the ice caps keep thawing and they constitute a source of water supply. Also, you mentioned the sanitation, healthcare standards, quality, fight against epidemics, and medical assistance are very important for humanitarian development. And here, any restrictions would be unacceptable, as well as sanctions motivated by politics. And unfortunately, this happens sometimes, and BRICS' main objective is to establish interaction in this respect so that all the nations could enjoy the benefits of sanitation, healthcare, and epidemic struggle. Over to the Prime Minister of Vietnam, please, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency President Vladimir Putin, Excellency leaders, distinguished delegates, I would like to sincerely thank President Putin for inviting Vietnam to participate in the BRICS outreach, and thank you for your cordial welcome for us in Kazán. I wish to congratulate the Russian Federation and President Putin on your exemplary leadership as the BRICS chair in 2024. Over the past 2 decades, BRICS has asserted a significant role as an important mechanism for close cooperation, sustainable development, and effective resolutions of the common challenges facing humanity. BRICS has inspired and motivated the global South countries, including Vietnam, on our development path. Distinguished delegates, the world is entering a new era, the era of extensive connectivity and integration, the era of smart technology and innovation. However, humanity confronts unprecedented challenges such as climate change, resource depletion, aging population, geopolitical instability, and the rising tide of inequality and division. These global issues require collective action from all countries, guided by a global, whole of people, and comprehensive approach, and the upholding of multilateralism and international solidarity to build a world order based on regulation and international laws, to share responsibilities and to act based on principle for peace and prosperity. In this new era, BRICS should embody the strong bonds among nations, particularly among developing ones. In this spirit, I would like to propose 5 strategic connectivities for BRICS and the international community to jointly build a better world as follows. First, resources connectivity. With its growing economic potential, BRICS should take the lead in mobilizing, allocating, and utilizing resources to adapt to climate change, further advance green economy, digital economy, and circular economy, to ensure food security, energy security, and information security. Vietnam welcomes and would like to thank the new Development Bank for expanding its beneficiaries and finance 2 strategic projects in BRICS and developing nations. Second, strategic infrastructure connectivity. Connections between BRICS and developing countries are in both physical and digital form. We are not only connected through transportation, roads, railways, airways and seaports, but also through digital infrastructure, data sharing and connectivity, as well as the robust promotion of e-commerce and the global digital economy. Third, global supply chains connectivity based on the application of modern science, technology, and innovation. First, we will create new momentum for economic growth, at the same time expanding the room for development for all nations and diversifying manufacturing, products, and markets. Fourth, people-to-people connectivity. Cooperation in culture, education, training, tourism, and people-to-people exchange between BRICS and other nations should be further strengthened to foster a cultural space of unity in diversity, where different values are respected, similarities are multiplied, and the beauty of friendship and cooperation is cultivated and nurtured. As the great Russian writer Dostoevsky noted, beauty will save the world. Fifth, connectivity in reforming global governance mechanisms toward connectedness, sharing, digitalization, balance, fairness, effectiveness, inclusiveness, and comprehensiveness to develop rapidly and sustainably. We should be more proactive and effectively engaged in shaping global rules and standards, particularly in emerging areas such as governance, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things, among others. BRICS should take stronger actions in the fight against the trend of protectionism and the politicization of relations in economy, science, technology, and innovation. Excellencies, leaders, distinguished delegates, connectivity and integration to build a better world together is the consistent policy of Vietnam, which is accompanied by 3 major viewpoints. Number 1, placing people at the center, at the subjects, the goals, motivation, and the most important resource for development, and not sacrificing social progress, social security, and environmental protection for mere economic growth. Number 2, being determined to the foreign policy of independence, self-reliance, multilateralization, and diversification of external relations, being a good friend, a reliable partner, an active and responsible member of the international community for peace, cooperation, and development in the region and the world. And number 3, adopting a four-nose defense policy, no military alliance, no allying with one country to act against another country, no use of Vietnamese territory by a foreign country to act against another country, and no use or threat of force in international relations. Excellency leaders, Russian renowned writer Maxim Gorky once highlighted, each nation, each country is an indispensable part of the great human body, and only together we can achieve true progress. In that spirit, I am confident that BRICS will be more united and maximize its inherent strengths to collectively build a world of peace, stability, and development. Our President Ho Chi Minh, the world's cultural figure and Vietnam's national hero, asserted, unity, unity, great unity. Success, success, great success. Vietnam stands ready to work with BRICS and the international community to realize the idea of building a better world together. Once again, I would like to congratulate President Putin for the success of this BRICS summit in Kazán. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, уважаемый господин премьер-министр. Вы затронули много важных и интересных тем, но я бы обратил внимание на одну из них. Вы сказали об общих ценностях стран БРИКС. Так оно и есть. Мы с уважением относимся к традициям стран-участниц, религиям, которые культивируются в этих странах, культуре наших народов. И именно это лежит в основе нашего успеха. Благодарю вас за ваше выступление. И с удовольствием передаю слово президенту Туркменистана Садору Гурбангуловичу Бердымухамедову. Пожалуйста.
Спасибо большое. Уважаемый глава государств, дамы и господа, прежде всего хотел бы поблагодарить президента Российской Федерации, уважаемого Владимира Владимировича Путина за гостеприимство и радушный прием. Туркменистан впервые участвует в саммите БРИКС плюс Outreach. Благодарим за приглашение на столь представительное мероприятие. Видим в этом уважительное отношение к Туркменистану. Как известно, Туркменистан принимает активное участие в усилиях международного сообщества, направленных на достижение и утверждение в мире принципов сотрудничества, взаимного уважения и учета интересов. Наша страна использует свой нейтральный статус для продвижения миротворческой повестки, обеспечения глобальной и региональной безопасности, утверждения межгосударственных отношений, культуры равноправного диалога, доверия и предсказуемости. Важной составной частью внешнеполитического курса Туркменистана является применение модели нейтралитета, инструментов превентивной дипломатии для предупреждения конфликтных ситуаций, искоренения причин их порождающих. Убеждены в том, что в нынешних условиях базовые принципы нейтралитета являются объективно востребованными и при поддержке мирового сообщества способны принести реальную пользу в деле обеспечения глобальной безопасности. В этом контексте следует подчеркнуть особую значимость и высокую эффективность деятельности регионального центра ООН по превентивной дипломатии для Центральной Азии, штаб-квартира которого расположена в городе Ашхабаде. Дальше убеждены в том, что в нынешних условиях базовые принципы нейтралитета являются объективно востребованными и при поддержке мирового сообщества способны принести реальную пользу в деле обеспечения региональной и глобальной безопасности. Как ответственное государство, Туркменистан предлагает ряд мер, направленных на нормализацию
and improving the international situation and transitioning to constructive parameters of interaction. In this regard, our country has put forward several significant proposals at the UN, such as the development of a global security strategy, the initiative to grant neutral countries the status of priority UN partners in its peacekeeping efforts, as well as a number of proposals in the context of creating and strengthening regional security and stability. A landmark event in this context was a unanimous support by the UN General Assembly of Turkmenistan's initiative to declare the next year, 2025, the International Year of Peace and Trust. We expect that all states will actively participate in implementing the provisions of corresponding General Assembly resolution. Turkmenistan's international strategy is based on the country's involvement in modern geo-economic trends, proactive participation in solving pressing problems of our time, achieving sustainable development goals, overcoming crises in the environmental and food sectors,
creating and ensuring reliable and fair access for countries and peoples to energy sources, clean water, and air. For this purpose, our state also acts from an active and responsible position. I would like to draw your attention to Turkmenistan's initiatives in the field of economy, energy, and sustainable transport. In particular, we are talking about the development of the Global Framework Program for the transition to a circular economy. Other initiatives include the creation of a global atlas of sustainable transport connectivity and the Alliance for Global Energy Security and Sustainable Development. In general, speaking about the current global geoeconomic trends, Turkmenistan highlights one of their defining problems: the increasing importance of developing countries. They are largely expected to bring new energy to the established, yet in need of constructive revision, former world order frameworks, and to introduce new meanings and purposes. The key component here should be the alignment of the levels of scientific and technological development of states, digitalization and innovative standards, the unconditional priority of environmental criteria in the economy, trade, transport, industry, extraction and processing of raw materials, and a number of other areas. We intend to consistently achieve these goals. A few words about the climate agenda. It is obvious that it will become a key issue and will shape the trajectory of human development throughout this century. Turkmenistan advocates a systematic consideration of climate issues as one of the fundamental components of the global approach to ensuring the architecture of security and development, the creation of multilateral mechanisms for monitoring and responding to climate, environmental, and man-made disasters. In matters of environmental cooperation, Turkmenistan gives priority to the protection and preservation of the natural landscape in Central Asia, marine resources and biodiversity in the Caspian Sea, and the rational use of water and water energy resources in these regions, taking into account the interests of partners and universally recognized norms of international law. We attach great importance to international cooperation in the humanitarian sphere, including resolving the problems of refugees and stateless persons. In recent years, Turkmenistan has established good cooperation in these matters with the UN, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and a number of specialized institutions, which has led to significant positive results at the national level. We are ready to share our accumulated experience and best practices with other countries. Our country also considers it important to give necessary impetus to cooperation in the cultural, scientific, and educational spheres, cultural exchange, and the mutual understanding of traditions and unique arts as a beneficial process designed to create strong spiritual and value-based bonds, uniting nations on a sound and constructive foundation. We are ready to establish such interaction with partners and participate in the development of relevant plans for joint activities. Dear participants, once again, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to participate in this meeting and for the opportunity to speak and share views and proposals. In conclusion, let me express my gratitude to the organizers of the forum for creating conditions and environment for successful and productive work. I thank you for attention.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, you have also noted multiple interesting issues, but I would like to emphasize specifically the need to eradicate the root causes of crises in order to eliminate them, and I fully support this stance. It is a fundamental issue. It is the top priority in addressing any crisis, including in overcoming difficult situations that we see worldwide and that have been mentioned today during the discussion. We have also touched upon your efforts in the United Nations.
часто упоминали сегодня деятельность этой организации. И здесь, конечно, много вопросов, мир меняется, и все структуры, которые были созданы десятилетиями назад, должны меняться в соответствии с меняющимся миром. Но хочу отметить, что при всех этих вопросах такой другой универсальной международной организации пока в мире не существует. Я слово передаю слово генеральному секретарю Организации Объединенных Наций,
Mr. Guterres, you have the floor.
Mr. President, distinguished leaders and representatives, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I am grateful to participate in the 16th Brics Summit. Collectively, your countries represent nearly half of the world's population. And I salute your valuable commitment and support for multilateralism and international problem solving as clearly reflected in your team this year. No single group and no single country can act alone or in isolation. It takes a community of nations working as one global family to address global challenges. Challenges like the rising number of conflicts, the devastation of climate change, pollution and biodiversity loss, rising inequalities and lingering poverty and hunger, a debt crisis that threatens smoother plans for the future of many vulnerable countries, the fact that fewer than 1/5 of the Sustainable Development Goals are on track, a growing digital divide, and the lack of guardrails for artificial intelligence and other frontier technologies, and the lack of representation of voice for developing countries at global decision-making tables, from the Security Council to the Bretton Woods system and beyond. These must change. September's UN Summit of the Future offered a roadmap for strengthening multilateralism and advancing peace, sustainable development, and human rights. I see 4 areas for action. First, finance. Today's international financial system is not offering many vulnerable countries the safety net or level of support they need. The Pact for the Future calls for accelerating the reform of the international financial architecture that is outdated, ineffective, and unfair. It includes a commitment to move forward with an SDG stimulus, to change the business model and substantially increase the lending capacity of multilateral development banks and their concessional funding to developing countries in vulnerable conditions, to recycle more special drawing rights, to restructure loans for countries drowning in debt, and to mobilize more international and domestic resources, public and private, for vital investments in developing countries. Next year's Conference on Financing for Development and the Summit on Social Development are 2 milestones to carry these efforts forward. And we must also recognize the importance of South-South cooperation. It doesn't replace the commitments and obligations of developed countries, but it is providing a growing contribution to supporting developing countries in overcoming obstacles to achieving the SDGs. Second, climate. Every country has committed to limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. That requires dramatic action to reduce emissions now, with the G20 in the lead. COP29 is just weeks away, and that starts the clock for countries to produce new nationally determined contribution plans with the 2035 targets that are aligned with the 1.5 degree goal. And COP29 must deliver an ambitious and credible outcome on the new climate finance goal. And developed countries must also keep promises to double adaptation finance and ensure meaningful contributions to the loss and damage fund, what was not the case when it was created. Third, technology. Every country must be able to access the benefits of technology. The Global Digital Compact commits to enhanced global cooperation and capacity building. It includes the first truly universal agreement on the international governance of artificial intelligence to give every country a seat at the AI table. It calls for an independent international scientific panel on AI and initiating a global political dialogue on its governance within the United Nations with the participation of all countries. And it requests options for innovative financing for AI capacity building in developing countries. And fourth, peace. We must strengthen and update the machinery of peace. This includes reforms to make the United Nations Security Council reflective of today's world. The Pact for the Future includes important steps on disarmament, including the first multilateral agreement on nuclear disarmament in more than a decade, and steps that address the weaponization of outer space and use of lethal autonomous weapons. Across the board, we need peace. We need peace in Gaza, with an immediate ceasefire, the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, the effective delivery of humanitarian aid without obstacles, and we need to make irreversible progress to end the occupation and establish the two-state solution as it was recently reaffirmed once again by a UN General Assembly resolution. We need peace in Lebanon, with an immediate cessation of hostilities, moving to the full implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701. We need peace in Ukraine, a just peace in line with UN Charter, international law, and General Assembly resolutions. We need peace in Sudan, with all parties silencing their guns and committing to a path towards sustainable peace. Those were the messages I have delivered to the high-level segment of the General Assembly in September in New York. Unfortunately, they remain valid here and now. Everywhere, we must uphold the values of the UN Charter, the rule of law, and the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of all states. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Summit of the Future charted a course to strengthen multilateralism for global development and security. Now we must turn words into deeds, and we believe Brics can play a very important role in this direction. Thank you very much.
Уважаемый господин генеральный секретарь сказал о том, что мы должны все жить как одна большая семья. Уважаемый господин генеральный секретарь, мы так и живем. Вот в семьях, к сожалению, часто случаются размолвки, скандалы, дележ имущества. Дело иногда доходит и до драки. Цель Brics заключается в том, чтобы создать необходимые механизмы взаимодействия и создать благоприятную атмосферу в общем доме. Мы этим занимаемся и будем это делать, в том числе в тесной координации. Спасибо большое. Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, у нас сейчас небольшой перерыв, и мы сразу же продолжим работу в формате рабочего завтрака. Благодарю вас.